Okay, we call this meeting to order at 4:40, and we're gonna do roll call. Rick Gibbs,
Here.
Henry,
Here.
and Adriana is on her way. We have Dr. Turkey.
Present.
And we have Angela who's on his way and myself present. So we are, at this time, I'll open up to any public comments on the closed session. Michael, do you have any? Okay, if not, then we will close the session at 4:45. Adjourn. Okay, we're gonna reconvene to open session at 6:06. Can we please stand for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. There was no report of action taken in closed session. So do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, we have Rick first, Adriana second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Do we have any student representatives? What? I can't hear what you say.
I think if I'm not mistaken, that just goes onto the consent agenda. Do we have it on the consent agenda? The hiring of the assistant principal? The certificated employment as submitted?
It is. It is, but if we need to also report as a vote, we did all vote unanimously to move forward.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next one is the student representative report, which we said there is none. They're enjoying their summer. And then we will go over to recognition and presentation. So we have our first presentation, which is human resources hiring update.
Dr. Turkey? Is that loud? I think so. Mike, how are we doing with that? Good. Okay.
Well, thank you for allowing me to present a brief human resources hiring update. I provided copies for each of you at the dais as well as back for the public. A couple of reasons. One, paper is always good. Second reason is it is slightly different. I have added information as of today. As you can imagine, this time of the year for hiring for human resources, things change daily. So you'll understand what I've added as we go through the presentation here. So if you could do the next slide. Thank you. So basically, and this goes for any recruitment, but of course, as we're preparing for a new school year, a lot more of this is happening on a daily basis. So we identify our needs, which we did at the end of the school year last year for what positions were open. Post for the positions, begin our recruitment. We screen applicants. We go through the interview process. We go through the offer, then we begin the onboarding process. It is a lengthy process, but we want to be sure to get the highest quality staff that we can possibly get in our district to serve our students. Next slide, please. So as you can see, I put the date in the bottom corner of this slide that this information was as of Friday last week, as I was putting together this presentation. So there's a blue check mark we've hired for. So these are identified needs for the 24-25 school year for Castroville Elementary. And as you can see, there's quite a few positions that were posted. In fact, I'll give you the stats at the end of the entire presentation for how many certificated positions we posted and how many classified positions we posted and where we are in status. But I just wanted to give you a quick look at where we are as of Friday snapshot. That's what we've hired. This is what we're still looking for in our postings. So next slide, please. This is the same slide today. So I believe there's a change in one here. We're still looking for a few positions, but again, it shows what changes in a few days in our HR world as we are onboarding employees. Next slide, please. This is Elkhorn Elementary, and we're still looking for a TK and a school office clerk as of Friday. And if we go to the next slide, we'll see where we are as of today, and it looks the same. So we are still in search of a TK teacher and a school office clerk. I do want to interject at this time that some of these postings are live and have not closed yet. So when we have a position that we are already interviewed for and we have somebody on, we're just waiting to do the final piece, you're going to see a P for processing or in process instead of a blue check mark. So you can, again, see where in the process we are here. Next slide, please. So this is, there we go. This is Echo Valley. They only had 4 positions posted, and by Friday we had found the 6th grade teacher. Next slide, please. And now we have found the first grade teacher as of today. And so we are still working on the classified, getting that child development assistant too, and the instructional support assistant. Next slide, please. Prunedale, as of Friday, they were looking in pretty good shape there. Still looking for a sixth grade teacher and a custodian. Next slide, as of today, this is an interesting slide because you can see how fluid everything happens. We actually had 2 positions drop out. Various reasons that this can happen. Our 6th grade is pending. We are working on credentialing at this point to get the teacher in place. What happens with positions? Again, we are all districts are competing for positions at this point. And oftentimes as we're hiring employees, sometimes they weren't aware of what the hours were for certain positions at certain schools. And when they first accept a job, they realize the hours aren't going to work with their other job or where they currently live. Other times you'll see that a position will pull out. Housing has been one of the main issues for employees that we are trying to recruit, that they cannot find affordable housing in our area. Next slide, please. This is our middle school and doing really good on recruitment at the school right now and getting things in place. That was Friday. Next slide, if I remember correctly, is not much of a difference. There you go. Looks exactly the same. Next slide, please. On to our high school. Lots of positions open there. Large school, lots of sections of teachers. One thing I want to point out, on the left-hand side there, you're going to see our 4 math classes that we're looking for, that we had 3 out of 4 as of Friday. When we switch to the next slide, it did not go the direction we wished it would. So now we have 2 out of 4. Again, one of these, I'm not positive on the 4th one, but the 3rd one was a housing issue on this one. But also we did have a positive in the fact that our biology ag is impending, and so was our community liaison to bilingual. So again, we're making strides. We have a few more weeks and we have postings back up and are active. Next slide, please. This is Central Bay, and as of Friday, we had a math advisory. Next slide, please. And unfortunately, we are now searching for both again. This is as of today, and we are pending our mental health counselor at this point. So we have found one. So we are looking to go out again for these 2 positions, and both are tough to fill positions, math advisory as well as educational options teacher. So the principal and I have been in contact, and we're going to start working out strategies on what we can do to fill these positions in time. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of positions in the district that are run out of our central office or run through our special services department. And so if they don't fit neatly in the school, we put them in this bucket, and this is where I've represented these positions. So as of Friday, we had our RSP for our high school, one of the RSP positions, our behavior tech and our occupational awareness. Next slide. Our update as of today. We have a P next to another high school RSP student, or RSP teacher, and we are impending, which means we're in the onboarding process and just ready to finalize and get a signature on the contract. The reason I put a blue check mark by the RSP for the middle school is that it is my understanding as of today that we have one for the start of school, but that may change come September. So we are going to be opening up a recruiting process, I believe, for that. And then our psychologist was filled, and the 2 on the right-hand side of the classifier. Next slide, please. This is our ed services. These are some tough positions to fill. And right now we have our PD art music teacher for Prunedale. I believe it's been located. So our next slide as of today, not real good news, but 2 more positions. We have our coding teacher for our elementary in place, and I put the blue check mark instead of a P for our EV art music teacher because we are so close. We are closer than a P. So I put a check mark there for good. And our next slide, please. This is again grouped together for the sake of time, district office, facility maintenance, operations, transportation, and FRC. As you can see, we had 3 down at the bottom there: our accountant, our child nutrition, warehouse driver, and our film media communications tech. And as of today, We have 3 more pending. So 3 of our health service technicians are, we finished our interviews, found some fantastic candidates and are going through the onboarding process. And next slide, please. So here are the numbers. As of Friday, we had 61 certificated postings and we had hired 33 of those. 42 classified postings and hired 21. And as of today, we're up to 39 hired, 4 pending for certificated and classified. You can see the numbers are 19 and 5. We are making progress. I'd like to see faster progress, and we are approaching our start date for our students. Next slide, please. So our next steps, we're going to continue to hire, doing what we do in our HR department, and we're going to expand the posting locations. We've been in contact with a couple of our local universities to get on their job boards, which for next year, we'll cover that process much sooner. We're going to shorten the posting time. Oftentimes when you open up EdJoin, you'll see the posting is open for a month or 2. Sometimes that's a good strategy when we're hiring for a pool of applicants. When we're hiring for short-term, not short-term job, but a short timeline, it is best to open up that posting for 5 to 7 days, close it, and then candidates understand when they're bound to hear back. If there is a indefinite amount of time opening, they're also looking for other jobs that have closing dates. So that's also, we're changing that practice and increasing the interview frequency. We're trying to elicit the help of our principals. They've been very receptive to getting these interviews going quicker, faster as we supply them with the necessary tools that they need. And our next steps, or next slide, please. Happy to take any questions, and there's a good chance that some of this changed by the time I left my office and came down here to present it.
Curtis, thank you so much for coming. Typically what we do, we open it up if there's any questions from the audience on his presentation. Any questions? Okay. Anyone on Zoom? Okay. So I'm sure we might have some questions. I'll go ahead and start. Thank you for the presentation. I didn't realize we had that many positions opened.
Yep.
And I didn't realize, obviously, a great job on the hiring process. And I know you're new. You're what, 3 weeks?
3 weeks.
3 weeks in. HR has gone through a lot of transitions, right? With a leader, and we haven't really had somebody in place. They've gone through a lot of changes. So I really appreciate you coming in, supporting the staff, you know, and already rolling up your sleeves. And I've heard some great things just in our closed session on some of the wins that you've already started with. So, but regarding this presentation, when these positions are open and posted, the number to contact is the site leader?
It is, so right now it depends on who the hiring manager is that we contact. Oftentimes for the certificated postings, we put our HR tech, who is our certificated HR tech, as questions for that. It can be done multiple ways. Currently, that is how it is done in our district. So that is the contact for those jobs. I've seen a few of our site leaders be the contact for it, but typically, because the process is run through HR, from setting up the interviews to organizing them, then the interviews take place at our sites, and then the onboarding and the request to hire come back to the HR department. So most of our, call this number if you have questions, go to our HR department.
Okay. And then the other piece is, as far as you mentioned, the recruiting, which is good. I'm glad you're starting to expand,
Yes.
you know, the recruitment process. With your previous experience, you know, do you typically have on-site interviews?
It's done a few different ways, but my past experience, the majority of those, the interviews do happen at the sites, which they do here, but they're also organized from the site level. And the recruitment starts a little bit earlier, depending on if we're aware that the position is going to be open or not. Again, I can't speak to when we were aware that these positions were going to be open and what we would be hiring for, but I refer to March as hiring season, March and April, especially if teachers are getting ready to retire and we know that position is coming available. That's when, for the next upcoming school year, my team and I will be preparing to do recruitment fairs, going out, identifying positions early, using several different means that we can to figure out, to the best of our ability, what are we going to be hiring for, and get out there early.
Okay. One of the areas of concern that we've been brought to our attention is, we have these people apply, they never get contacted. And I know, like I said, they've gone through a lot of changes, even support wise. So, I mean, just want to put that out there, it'd be good to understand your process and on when one applies, what's the time frame on them getting response time and so forth. So there's a lot of positions open. I know you just started, so there'll be future reports that maybe we can kind of get, time to hire percentage.
Absolutely. And to speak to one piece of what I'm experiencing or seeing is that posting length of time. So when somebody applies and there's no actual deadline for that job to the posting to stop, they're in limbo waiting for not knowing when that call is going to come in. So if we know that posting closes, say on Friday, it's reasonable to expect I'm going to get a phone call for a possible interview in the next few days. The system that we use also, if you're not selected for an interview, has a way to automatically send emails letting applicants know that they were not selected for the first if we're not going to be making personal phone calls. So there's a lot of automation that can take
Okay.
place in HR to increase communications, and those
You
are the
need
things that I'm looking into for processes moving forward.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Members?
Yeah, I wanted to just reiterate and emphasize the middle school campus supervisors. I've been, before you got here, for a very long time. I've been you know, hollering about it. So it's just you already know it's badly needed. And I kind of had a question that I should maybe know, but can any other schools, like the campus supervisors, transfer if they're willing, obviously, to the middle school? Middle school is pretty violent compared to and the four elementaries. The high schools, I think almost all men, counselors. The middle school, there's all ladies. Some are elderly. Got hit in the head. Got hit before. We have the librarian helping out. So can any transfer if they're willing to?
So part of that is driven completely by contract language. So I don't want to be wrong here, but from my understanding of our contract from memory here, for reading it through a few times, if it's in the same classification, it becomes open. Our employees absolutely have the first right to transfer to the open positions. So what we need to do at that point is look at whether the yard supervision and the campus monitors are in the same classification. But we always want our employees to have the opportunity for more hours growth, a position of that they desire to be happiest in.
Yeah, and I think they've talked about hours, but I think the count of people is needed for sure. And then on kind of do we if we don't have certain positions filled, such as an example, mental health counselor, would we outsource to like a third-party company?
So there's a couple things in that. So number one, we're going to try everything we can to fill the positions with our people, with people that we get to hire. Anytime we go out for outsourcing, we're going to have to have communication with our unions in order to fill those positions and high needs. A lot of it is we look at our workload and see if we can do it with existing people while we continue our recruitment. And if it's a high need area, we will eventually get down to that road of speaking with our bargaining partners to fill it with contract employees if that's our last ditch effort.
Cool. Thank you so much. And one last thing. I had mentioned about recruitment methods. I've heard people say that they're on the job sites. What I've seen at job fairs is kind of small. There's a lot of other schools look all shiny and huge and swag and stuff, and ours, could do better. And then also, I think a lot of people, we know a lot more people are on social media, and other districts are using social media to look for to post their some jobs. I think doing more of that would be really great. especially with all the people sharing and stuff like that.
No, absolutely agreed. And that's part of my plan is to develop a marketing strategy for our job postings. Not only at our colleges, but in our community and at our current school sites. Many of our parents working, bringing their students to school don't realize how many openings that we have that would work perfect with their schedule. The opportunity to come to work with your student for a few hours. So that's one of the recruitment efforts that we're going to start because it's easy. We own it. We're here. As well as expanding out to social media sites and to local colleges. Going back to your yard supervision, well, spoiler alert, the principals are going to be receiving an email from me tomorrow to talk about yard supervision and campus monitors
Awesome.
on their needs and the possibility of increasing those times. And then I'll be working with CSEA on what that looks like in terms of increasing the number of bodies on our campuses for the safety and well-being of our students.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Any other questions from the board?
I just wanted to say thank you for putting this together.
Yeah.
I think it's really important for our community to know that the sense of urgency that you're applying to hiring these different positions and hopefully contingency plans when we can't get the critical math and English teachers and what are our plans and including mental health. But I do want to commend you on this.
Thank you.
This is phenomenal and everything I'm hearing from you lets me know that we're headed in the right direction. So bravo. Thank you.
I have a question for the positions that, especially like teachers where class is going to start with a sub or with someone that's not hired permanently. Is there a notice being sent out to parents?
So I'm gonna have to look at what my goal is to not be there. So we do have other options at our disposal, which are, we're gonna get into a lot of acronyms right now. And so when we have candidates that don't fulfill all the requirements to get into a teaching position. So of course, we first look for candidates that are good to go. Their credentials are in order. They have the correct credential for the single subject if they're teaching single subject. They have the multiple subject if they are in our elementary schools. We do have tools at our disposal when we find a candidate that is almost there, we can work with the county and CTC to get them a preliminary credential or a permit that allows them to teach while working towards those goals. So we're already working through that process for some of our harder to fill positions to get people in there. If we also do a credential check of our existing staff to see, we may have a history teacher that also holds a science and a math credential and we don't know it. And our pool for history teachers, and I'm making this up right now, don't double check me, is deep. But my pool for math and science is not. If I have an existing teacher on our campus that has that call is going to be made next week to say, hey, have you thought of teaching this? There's also possibilities of teachers who don't have the correct credential to teach the subject matter, but their knowledge is high in there. We can GLAP those teachers to teach in those subject areas. So next week, my team and I are combing through what credentials our existing staff have to see if we can move our teachers into positions that are hard to fill while maintaining our staffing and getting our kids the best quality education.
It's really important. One of the things that has always been brought up is communication. And communication is very important. I think not even just for teachers, but I think it would be great if the principals at every school site on the beginning of the school year announce these are the positions that have not been filled and we're working on them. And so parents and so students can also know, and maybe one of the parents is like, oh, I didn't know that was a position that was being needed. And also for transparency for the parents to say, hey, I know that your child's gonna come and say, I have a substitute. It's not a permanent teacher, and they have something that it already informed them but that we're working towards making sure that they get a permanent teacher or a permanent position being filled, and that we're working towards that. Because I think that once we inform the community ahead of time, when it happens, they're not surprised by it. And when they're surprised by it is when we see a lot of issues and a lot of stuff that happens. So I think that the more that we are transparent, the more that we inform them, the more that we tell them what we're doing, and you're doing an amazing job. And thank you for those. It's been 3 weeks, but You've been working those 3 weeks, so I appreciate that. And so, but everyone needs to see that. Everyone needs to see all the work and the work that your team is doing and the efforts and everything. And I think that they're gonna appreciate that transparency and that communication, and they're gonna be welcoming and wanting to support and help us get to our goal. But if we're not reaching out to our community and letting them know, it's gonna, I don't see it as looking good. You're gonna have even more calls in the first weeks of school. So I'm trying to prevent that.
That, yes, the team is, the HR team is phenomenal. Fantastic job.
Thank you. Angela, you have any questions?
Yeah, appreciate all, like I said, I'm blown away how much you got done in a short amount of time. And
Takes a team effort.
this is what our board really want to do as we do our transition to rebuild our, our cabinet, our superintendent. I'm also hoping, just throwing this out there, that with some of the teachers that you hire on either emergency credentials or PIPSTIP or GLABs.
Yep.
That we maybe take an extra step as a district to maybe help in professional development, them passing in their CSETs or, it'd probably be, in the long run, it'd be cheaper if we were to offer tutoring to help out with that math CSET. If somebody was like an English major, who want to teach math now, and they're trying, or helping those that are need to pass the RECA. Right. It was a retest for the RECA, the third was a little bit more difficult one.
I believe so. Yes.
Something as a district can take a chance to provide, we pay the finances to help them pass that test, to be easier to help them pass and try to restart the whole process. So just want to throw that out there, that you guys think about that.
To be honest, I sat through a one called a sales pitch because we already have the program. Portions of it through HR and our absence management system that also provides professional development for staff members, as well as HR behind the scenes routing. And exactly what you mentioned is part of what this program does. It provides the PD in the background, help with these lessons and professional development and growth. So timely suggestion. Thank you. Yep, great idea.
Good question. And of course, coming from a teacher, right, with all those
Yes.
acronyms, I'm like, how do you know all that?
Lots of acronyms.
That's awesome. So thank you so much, Curtis, for a great presentation, and
Thank
welcome to our district again.
Happy to be here.
Let's get this.
All right, next is the facilities update.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Turkey, community. Tonight, I'm here to present an update regarding the ongoing facilities. But before I start doing that, I just want to give you the biggest update within our business department. The newest addition to the business department is here. And if you allow me, I would like to introduce Mr. Nathan Adams, Director of Facilities, Maintenance and Operations.
Pleasure being here. I'm really looking forward to working with this board and the community and the team and our staff. I think we have a solid base foundation to work from, and I've been here. This is my second week, and I've hit the road 150%. So it's been exciting already so far with all the projects that are going on right now. So it's fun to be here.
Good to have you here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Get those things. Okay, so from the last facilities update back in May 9, 2024, I'm here to report the progress and updates on the following projects: technology, Elkhorn modular, the high school side entrance improvements, and the middle school Head Start module. Starting with technology, our technology department officially made the transition from Comcast to AT&T. What's the biggest upgrade on this one is basically the it's. Oh, it's there. It's moving. It's moving, yes. The old vendor was Comcast, and obviously we did have some issues, as you recall, was extremely slow. So if I can do the comp, all sites shared a 1 gigabyte line, and 5 GBs line to MCOE. The highest improvement or biggest improvement here is that now with AT&T, we have, now we shared 100 GB and 10 GB. So basically, the benefit of having this bandwidth means higher internet, the speed, higher internet transfer rates. So I want to thank Michael for being able to implement this, and we can see the benefit already. In the
Yay, Michael. That's a big gap there. That's great.
So if I can just, obviously for transparency purposes and for financial impact, I would like to also share that before we were paying on a monthly basis around 10,441. Out of that, 90% was paid via E-rate. So now with faster service, we're paying around $10,000. Obviously, big difference as far as the speed. And also 90% it is absorbed via E-rate.
Nice.
So yay. The next project is Elkhorn Elementary Modular. As you recall, this is an expansion to the early education program. And basically what we're doing over here is the installation of a new PC-approved relocatable classroom. Basically, PC approval allows designers to incorporate the design of the structure, which has been already pre-checked by DSA. So, the process is faster as far as the approval. Some of this is the biggest update on this one, DSA approved. So big milestone on this one.
Yeah.
We do have the approval. Now it's a matter for us to address some of the minor improvements, such as blue painting, striping, 88 parking stalls, very minor. And as you can see, we're gonna have a play structure. We're ordering just a few missing components on that one. So this project is moving along. I also want to include this one, which is a timeline just for the sake of transparency purposes and a specific deadlines. So this one, it is expected to be completed by December 31st, 2020. And this is just a graphic representation of the area that we're going to start demolition of, because now that we have DSA approval, now we can proceed with the demolition. And this is part of one of the consent agenda items that you're approving tonight. We're also anticipating the delivery of the portable and installation somewhere in November, second week of November. So in anticipation of completing the project by December 31st. So seems to be in alignment with timelines. The next project is the high school entrance exit project. As you might recall, this one, in this project, we're doing some campus improvements, such as upgrading of the parking, new cover bus shelter, booth and reception booths, hardscaping to improve accessibility, flagpoles, pedestrian lighting, upgraded irrigation. So it's a wonderful project, and it's in progress. This one, full disclosure, we did have some challenging barriers in order for us to start with the construction. We're supposed to start the week after graduation, but because we weren't able to obtain the DSA approval due to the fact that we did have one uncertified project. It goes back to 2018, this project. So as we all know, we cannot do any new projects until we close a previous project with DSA. And so what we did, we merged the previous project with the plan check for this one. Well, so the old with the new, in order for us to be able to obtain DSA approval. So DSA approval was obtained on July 9th, 2024. And as soon as we obtained DSA approval on 7/12/2024, I was executing the contract with the contractor. He was waiting for us, gracefully waiting for us for 4 weeks. And so as soon as we finished with the execution of the contract, we issued the notice to proceed. In the same day, he started with the construction. So that is his level of commitment to this project. And so obviously, because of this delay, we are anticipating completing phase 1 of this project on September 2020. And with that said, safety is first. Safety is our concern. We were anticipating finishing this project prior to the arrival of our students, but because of the delay of 1 month, we do have a strategic plan in order to address the access for our students. Also, I would like to introduce the construction team. The construction company is Norcal Contractor. Mr. Arnoldo Gonzalez, he is the owner of the company. DSA Inspector of Record, Perman. Earth Systems, special inspectors and material testing, especially for concrete. We do have a lot of concrete. And Clearly Consultants, soil engineering inspection services. So nothing it's done or performed prior to any inspection. So we have everything according to per plan and per budget. This one. Now, nothing like pictures, right? I mean, I can tell you the story here, but nothing like pictures. So what I did ever since we started with this project, I started taking pictures. So the strategy in anticipation of the beginning of the school year, we decided to start from the main entrance. So this part over here is Castroville Boulevard, and this is the main entrance. So we decided to strategically start addressing any improvements to that specific section. As of now, demolition has been completed. We poured concrete, and still we're not allowing access because we want to allow for the concrete to fully cure. And eventually, once that is completely cured, we're going to be flipping the same strategy to the exit so that we can ensure accessibility. This is another section of the project. And if you notice on this section here, I took the picture, this picture, facing the administrative offices. So just to place things into context. So we used to have the main pathway here. As of now, we removed the concrete because we are addressing the main design that will be allowing circulation. And I want to pause over here and address the fact that recognizing that we did have the monument here, the sign. We did an assessment of the integrity, the structure. What you see here on this picture, Mark and I, we were kind of assessing the overall structure. And with this hand, I just did it like this. And that's basically what you see in that picture. It was falling apart. So as much as we try to preserve the integrity of this monument, it was in not great conditions. What is nice is that we're going to be able to recycle the rock that has the plaque. And we're going to be placing these in a very strategic location, which I'm going to show you in the next slide. So as of now, and you see this amended slide here because I took the picture yesterday. And I wanted to show you the progress from last Friday until yesterday. So now we do have these forms in place and we pour concrete. Partially, we pour concrete. So this one will be pretty much completed, hopefully between this week and the following. This is a very intrinsic design because it contains a lot of curves and different colors, color concrete. On the center, we're going to have pavers. And the pavers, somewhere in this section here, where you see the dot, we are anticipating placing the rock with the plaque. So it's going to be a very nice flow between color, texture, and some of those previous elements that we used to have. For phase 2, while we do the construction, we also need to start to continue working on behind the scenes, the planning and implementation or selection of color scheme. So on phase 2, we are anticipating bringing this bus shelter with chairs, benches, should I say. And we wanted to use stay with the same color scheme of the logo, the district logo. So in this case, we are using the greens, the grays from the high school logo, and green for the bus shelter, and some red just to complement the color, the green and red. And this is just one elevation, just conceptual elevation of this section here, where the bus shelter and eventually the reception booth will be located. So this will be pretty much the front approach. Also, in anticipation of placing orders, so ensuring that we will be placing orders and receiving those in alignment with completion of construction. We are anticipating the placement of about 300 linear feet of, this is a windscreen over here at the bottom, the one that says North Monterey County Condors. So it's going to be placed somewhere along this fence here. So it's going to be a lengthy one, and we want to capitalize from the logos that we have, the colors, and basically to provide privacy and pride. Why not to say? Just to give you some sort of human scale factor, those letters will be somehow from here to here. So they're gonna be extremely visible. And obviously the design of the banner respects the integrity of the colors and integrates some of the elements that identify the school. And these are the benches that they're going to be placed along this pathway. The next project is the middle school Head Start modular. This one, it's a work in progress as well. We are aligning our timelines with MCOE, And if we take a look at this timeline, we are in the process of initiating the bid documents for the trench that we need to provide in order for them to do the utilities, connect the utilities. And we're anticipating completion of this project by mid-September. The next update that I have for our governing board, it's basically the facility summer projects. This table represents, you know, all the sites where we had all these address projects. Just to give you an example, the district-wide HVAC filters, they were replaced at the high school. The fire pump was replaced. And replacement drawings and specs are complete, and we're preparing bid documents. Castroville roofing repairs and dry rot repairs in room 9. Echo Valley, we are addressing the installation of the new wheelchair lift. It's a work in progress. At Prunedale, repair of damaged wall room 36. And rehab of the main playground turf. It's a work in progress at Elkhorn. This finalizes my presentation and update, and I welcome questions and preguntas.
Thank you so much, Connie. I'm going to open it up for the public. Any questions on the audience regarding facilities? None? How about on Zoom? Are there any questions on Zoom regarding facilities presentation? If there's none, Michael, I'll move over to the board. Okay, board, any questions?
Yeah, the Elkhorn School, there's always been that land kind of lower, like on Castroville Boulevard. Back in the day, there, you know, people used to use it for softball and playing and stuff. Do we own that land? And also, is there, you know, ever a possibility of ever doing something with it?
That will be a question that I will have to answer on my next, on the
Okay.
next meeting. I don't have
Yeah.
that information.
Totally cool.
If I
Do you know what
could-
land I'm talking about? It's
Ready,
right below.
obviously.
Below, yeah, it's like, it's a big drop. It's like, you know, like, I don't know, 50 feet or I don't even know. And the all the beautiful stuff that's going on at the high school that's gonna happen. The baseball softball field grass, I mean, it's annually like is pretty much garbage, kind of like almost. And if we have all that nice stuff, you know, like, and we're gonna have an ugly grass. I just was wondering what everyone thought about that, because I would. Huh?
That we should be watering it. That's what I
Well, I think watering it is just, it grows out, but it's still crappy or. Not very nice grass. I was just wondering if we could eventually, you know, in the future, you know, get
Remove
something
it.
better for the kids to play on.
Sure.
You know, baseball has its own type of grass, softball. Sometimes it's, you know, lumpy or too high or something, and that, you know, could do with the cut, of course, but and then I just kind of was, you know, wondering what everyone thought about the multicolored things going on, because the high school is like 4 colors, and then we want to do some green features, you know, in the front. So I mean, it's nothing hugely, you know, that, you know, pressing on me. I was just curious what everyone thought about it.
I feel the same way about the green. That it's really not with the color scheme of the high school, but I don't know what feedback or where you got feedback on the color scheme. It was probably the designer who suggested those colors for Papa color. That's what I'm thinking. But it would be nice to maybe before we finalize it, if we could have
Phase 2.
community feedback, it would be helpful probably, if that's an option. If not, I don't want to slow the project down.
Yeah.
While I love black and you all see me wear black every single day and I would wear black every day. I think that some color needs to be added to our school. It looks pretty depressing to walk into a gray, white
Yeah.
campus that looks kind of like gel-like. So I would rather.
This one, we took into consideration the hardscape. We do have a lot of concrete ongoing. And we are using light grays, dark grays, and so on. So when we did the color scheme, it was very
Monotone.
monotone, yes. And so we wanted to bring, some of the colors from the district logo. And black, we have it already. Green, we tried with blue. We tried many renderings options, and it looked very funny, the blue. And so I think trying to do the complement of colors between the red and the green just to create the balance and still keeping the integrity of our colors plus the school. That was basically the criteria. And we needed to take a decision as soon as possible, given the fact that we are running out of time. I love, including community and so input, but in this case, time was of the essence.
Makes sense. Thank you.
I'm really excited that it's gonna look a little bit more welcoming and not with that black
Elevated.
pants that looks kind of like if we're detained here and we're never gonna be able to leave. And just seeing like the pride of North County in those big letters, I think it's way better than having just a black fence out there. I think students are gonna be super excited as soon as they walk in and they see that. They're gonna feel really happy, and that's gonna bring some sense of belonging and wanting to be around here.
I'm just gonna say it's about time. Yes. Because this has been in progress I've seen these plans over 2 years. We're doing different phases of different things. So it's great to see because we know that there's been a lot of challenges and obstacles, with the designs and the permits and yada, yada, yada. We're coastal zone, we're Monterey County, that says it all. But the thing is, really glad to see what's happening right now. I just, and thank you for even trying to save the monument. I know that was like an icon, I'm alumni here, and a lot of people, when we had the budget, the facilities meeting with lots of parents last year, by the way, there was lots of parents that came. We had 3 of them. When we were talking about all of these plans and designs and getting feedback and yada, yada, there was people wanting to see if we could save it. So I'm glad you were able to let us know why you couldn't. And we're excited to see where, we can at least save some of it. You mentioned, I don't see any money behind any of this. Are we in budget or not budget? Did you say?
Yes, we are. 3.6 is for this specific project that I mentioned, the high school. And I believe my first update, I addressed the budget portion, but I'll be more than happy to provide an update as far as numbers, because now we're paying, right? We're gonna start paying.
Yeah, it'd be good. I love these updates, but just to let us know we're on track, financially, because they're hitting costs come up, right? When things start actually moving. So it's good to know, like even with the delay, it didn't cause us more money.
No,
Okay.
just to for transparency purposes, tonight we will be ratifying the contract because I executed the contract in order for us to start the construction, right? And because we lost 4 weeks in the process. So we used a change order with 0 financial impact.
Okay.
So we're still within budget, but just for the sake of recording all the the processes here, and the change order is addressing just the dates, no specific change as far as
Perfect.
increases in budget.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Connie.
Oh, actually, Connie, I have a question. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I was done.
On page 10, you can see the digital sign of North Monterey County that hasn't worked for quite a while. I believe it was donated by the Rotary. Is there a plan to have a sign? Because I mean, that's a good way to communicate information to families. Do you know the status of that sign? It's on page 10, the picture that has the digital sign
Yes.
right there in the upper right-hand corner. Yeah.
Yes.
Is there a plan for a sign to restore that sign?
We don't have, according to the original design, that sign will be removed.
It will be removed. Okay.
Correct. Perhaps we can find, a place, the location of. But,
Yeah. I don't have any sentimental value, but I'm assuming it was expensive and that it's probably a good way to communicate with families. So that's the only thing I'm thinking about. And why it hasn't functioned. I really don't know why. Thank you for preparing this. It's very well organized. I definitely appreciate it. I also want to recognize you and your team for your fast action when it came to the DSA and making sure that this project could start as quickly as it could, even though we did have that information that was pending with the DSA. So thank you. And thanks for the update.
Thank you, Connie.
Dr. Santa Cruz, I do have one more question. When do you think that this portion is gonna be done? Do we know?
Yes, according to the executed contract will be September 6, 2024. Phase one.
And yes,
First, want to you, Curtis, want to say thank you guys so much. This has been actually a great meeting. It's been alleviating a lot of our fears and concerns and things like that for the past year. In fact, you guys just show up, working so hard and how fast you're moving. And also your transparency is something that I think this is a great way to show that we're a new district working to rebuild trust and how much we actually care about everyone succeeding and working together. So I want to say thank you for your hard work. And then the next one I wanted to ask Michael a couple of questions about the technology. You're gonna have to make this a lot more. Would be nice to myself, dumber for me to understand. Yeah. Thank you for the work you've done, Michael. I know we spoke last, I think in December, it was a little uncomfortable, but you had the professionalism to go forward and find solutions. I really want to thank you so much for what you're doing. The couple questions I have is just, so I'm trying to understand this tech stuff. When it says we previously had a 5 gig line to NCUE and now it's 10 gig line. What does that mean in relation to all sites shared 1 gig to FMOD as opposed to right now 100 gig to that one? Would that be like, I'm thinking of like doing gardening and PVC back my yard. It's like we double our load from 10 to 5.
Yes, going from 5 to 10 on the to us to MCE doubled the amount of bandwidth we got to go through. The traffic that like for printing traffic and for when we're accessing our local drives and information, they only have to go to FMOT and back to their machines to the sites. So that's where a majority of our traffic was coming into play. When it actually has to go out past us and out to the internet, if somebody's going to any website type thing, then it goes actually out to the county. So when we were doing this, we were the issues we were having, we were at about 1.25 is what we needed, and we only had one that all the sites were sharing, but we were plenty as far as the county office is concerned. So what we decided when we did this, because again, as Connie mentioned, we're actually saving money from what our previous, so we're actually $400 less a month for this particular service that we've got. But essentially went from all the sites sharing basically one pipe to 100 pipes that we have the ability to do that. And with the system that we purchased for AT&T, it allows us to actually go up and down at what we need, so on demand. So if we have, for instance, when testing comes around or some other thing that's going to tax the network, we literally can within an hour turn up the high school to access 510 more, as opposed to just leaving it the same. We can also turn people down. So if the school site's not using as much, and we started everybody at 2, which is basically double what they were sharing at each individual site. And then we'll, over the next couple of months, when school starts, we'll determine whether we need to keep people up or down. down would save us money. Obviously, up would cost us more money, but at least that's ability for us to use.
Like I said, I want to say thank you for finding a solution and do this school start. So thank you for your hard work.
Right. So I know I had asked if there was anybody on Zoom that had any questions regarding the facilities. Michael, is there someone you came in and you let me know that there was someone that raised their hand? Do they want to go ahead and speak? Are they still interested? Okay, can you please raise your hand? Anybody that's on Zoom that is interested on asking question regarding the presentation on the facilities update only. There'll be time for public comment regarding non-agenda items later. No? Okay. All right, so then let's go ahead and move over to the school bond.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you.
and
Thanks so
welcome
much.
again.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Shin Green with the firm of East Shore Consulting. We've been working with the district on a variety of different matters. I'm here today to present information about a school bond. We do not have a school bond actively in progress right now. We're just kind of talking about process, procedure, talking about best practices around those. Going to go over a little bit of background, basics on what is a bond. And really, this is designed to be the start of a longer conversation to help the board and district determine if it wants to proceed and perhaps search for a bond or pursue a bond at some point in the future. So really a lot of background information today, nothing overly actionable immediately, but very much looking forward to sharing this information. And we'll say that I had a lot of fun sitting here listening to the facilities presentation because a lot of those themes are going to carry right through into what we're going to be talking about here. If we can go to the next slide, please. Just as a matter of introduction, in addition to the educational services that school districts are charged with providing, you are also charged with dealing with buildings, maintenance of public infrastructure for education, and facilities that are used by the broader community. The total cost of those sorts of facility needs oftentimes are many tens of millions of dollars and exceed what is available in your general fund budget. So you often have to look for an external source beyond your operating budget. Rarely are these things ever funded with a single source. In honesty, we talk about a three-leg stool oftentimes when it comes to school facilities, and there are kind of three different pieces of that. There is a state piece where the state provides some contribution. There is a local piece, which is oftentimes facilitated through a general obligation bond. And sometimes there's a developer piece where the developer is providing fees to offset and mitigate their impacts. Usually it's the combination of those various sources along with other grants, be they federal or state, that allow us to get the sort of critical nexus of funding we need to do bigger facility projects. It's important that districts really do seek out every single source and let the community know that when they're asking for an investment through a bond, it's not simply asking them to complete the project, but part of a broader group of funding sources that you'll be pursuing. So the district is really going to let the community know that this is one piece of the pie to solving your facilities goals. Frequently, when we talk about that local funding source, it is a voter-approved general obligation bond, and that is the only way to get to a general obligation bond, oftentimes called a GO or a GO bond. You'll hear those sorts of terms kind of used interchange, oftentimes when we're talking about this bond mechanism. And it really adds another kind of responsibility to an already full plate of responsibilities that school districts now carry in the state of California. So today we're going to do a presentation really talking about the overview of raising funds locally through a GO bond and using other sources to achieve as much of your facilities visions as possible. Flipping to the next slide. Just first steps and different kind of bonds. The GO bond is not the only kind of bond that exists, although it is the most commonly used bond for school districts. But when we talk about facility projects for districts, really we're talking about significant facility improvements, and a number of things should generally occur before you even get started with such goals. First and foremost, and what I really do think is the most important piece, is the vision. What is it that we're trying to accomplish? And really that's identifying what the project is or what the projects are, whether that be at an individual level of a classroom or a campus, or perhaps even district-wide. I can tell you now, I've been doing this for the better part of 2 decades. I have never had anyone get excited about what the tax rate is, or what the bond interest rates are. The excitement comes for that vision. what people will see, what the community will get to use and experience over the long term. Second to that, budgeting. Very, very important piece. Once there's a sense of what your goals are, you really need to put numbers to it and prioritize. I can tell you now that I have not seen a school district that complete all of its facility vision in one summer or in 1 year. So very important to understand what projects cost, what those costs look like over time, including accounting for inflation and other things of that nature that will drive project costs up as time passes. And also to make sure that there's a clear sense of what that vision will cost, that when you're making promises about what you will do, you know that you have the resources to deliver those to your community. Because oftentimes getting a bond approved is more about trust than anything else. Planning is the next most important piece. And really that is what we just heard about. Capital projects take foresight to achieve. And the financing should really be thoroughly planned before you start doing multi-million-dollar commitments. A good example of this is what we're seeing now with the projects out front. You'd like to make sure that you have your school open and ready to go. And so if you wanted to rebuild a campus, you can't just do that, over the course of one summer, but you have to have that campus available. You have to know how the siting and shifting of students will work within a campus, that you can ideally get a plan together that works smoothly and seamlessly for those students. By doing that and by planning things strategically, you can mitigate the need for interim housing costs, and you can keep costs and groups of activities together like roofing and other key services to get more efficient bids out there. Good planning can save millions, if not tens of millions of dollars on achieving the facility master plan vision. Often the plan will require funding that exceeds what the district can support, and you will need to look for other sources. And that is an important piece to always keep in mind, always be looking for those other sources to stretch that community investment. You want the community to understand that their money is really the seed money to get more done, to give you more opportunities, whether that be through grants, through state aid funding, or other sources of funding that may become available. Community funding for schools is frequently attained through property taxes that support bonds. And those include general obligation bonds, which is what we're talking about tonight. And most commonly we utilize Prop 39, which is a school-specific general obligation bond that allows for approval at 55%, a little bit lower than other bond types in California. There are certain limitations and strings with that lower approval rate, and we'll get into some details on that momentarily, but don't want to not disclose the other options that are on the table. Prop 46 GO bonds is what we colloquially call the old way of doing things. Prop 39 came into place roughly in 2000. Prop 46 goes back far, far, far before that, and is the typical way that GO bonds are done by other public entities that are not schools. There are also assessments, mellow roof bonds, and things of that nature that are typically better served when you have new development going on. And there are other taxes, but those all generally require 2/3 approval and may have more limitations on how they can be used. So what I would tell you is that while there are other options, they generally include a 2/3 approval. Even in the best of demographic situations in communities, it is very hard to get to 2/3 in California. I grew up and born and raised in Berkeley. Even in Berkeley, not every bond gets to 2/3. So with that being said, Prop 39 does present a great way for school districts to have a lower approval threshold to achieve a few things on the facilities front. But those lower approval rates do come with some strings, but most school districts do use Prop 39. We flip to the next slide real quick. Just want to give you a comparison between the two. Oh, so sorry. I apologize. I will slow down. Translation, I forgot. On this slide here, we're talking about the two different methodologies for GO bonds. And just to compare and contrast very quickly, you'll see that the approval rate for Prop 46 is the 2/3, Prop 39 at 55%. There are no tax rate limits if you do a Prop 46 bond. If you do a Prop 39, you are limited to projected tax rates of $60 per $100,000 of taxable value. That's the same value used by the county to determine property taxes on tax bills each year. And if we're talking about the standard 1% county property tax levy, the $60 equates to 0.06%. So the 1% raises $1,000 per 100,000, the $60 per 100,000, much lower rate compared to what the normal levy is. In terms of the use of proceeds, both are allowed for use for capital projects Although there is a little quirk with Prop 39 that allows you to do a little bit more on furnishing and equipping sites. That is not included actually in Prop 46. Prop 46 has very few legal requirements. Prop 39 requires annual audit reports and citizens oversight committees to be stood up to review the expenditure of those bond proceeds and confirm that they were used for the purposes approved by voters. In terms of the election filing requirements, they're very similar between the two, although a detailed project list is required for Prop 39, not for 46. Prop 46, you can actually call that election just about any Tuesday you want during the course of the year. Prop 39 insists that those elections occur at regularly scheduled elections. And in California, with the realignment of elections at the local level to even number of years, ostensibly your only opportunities are in even number of year now. Unless there is a statewide special election in an odd number year. So with that being said, the next kind of highlight opportunity beyond November of 2024, for which the deadline is a few days away to call an election, we have no thoughts of doing that here, would be in 2026. So we've got about 18 months to 2 years to go, which is actually a great amount of time for doing all the best practices to bring a bond before a community. We go to the next slide. When we're talking about bonds, there often comes up competing goals. Oftentimes, you know, you want to get as much done as you possibly can. And that may entice folks to push on assumptions a little bit. You know, your tax-based growth is an important piece of determining how much you can do in bonds. We can assume lower conservative numbers. We can assume higher, more aggressive numbers. The problem with that is that if we get aggressive on our assumptions and they aren't realized, suddenly we're off base on tax rates. Tax rates go up to more than what have been expected. And people oftentimes find that hurts them long-term, because if you don't keep your promises, believe it or not, in another 15 or 20 years, there will be another need for a bond, and people remember. Memories about bonds are very long in communities. There are state matching funds that are available. And you want to get as much of those state matching funds as you possibly can. But you don't want to do that by pushing on your bonds too hard to raise more than you really should. So finding that right balance is very important. You may have a policy goal of keeping tax rates very low. It's great to keep tax rates low, but by doing so, if you're raising a specific amount, it means you're paying it off slower. The slower you pay off that amount, the more interest you pay, less utility you will get from that bond. So really a bond is about finding that right mix and right balance between all these different factors that impact your community to determine how we can get the most done efficiently for the community with that bond and other sources that we raise using that bond. In district facility, for districts and their facility teams, you really have to balance those competing goals. You know, I think we'd all like to be able to rebuild a school right away and get it done. But the reality is you have to teach over the course of the year, and you can't just shut a campus down for an extended period of time. So finding those right mixes and balances, again, important. You also want to make sure that you're doing everything you can to be conservative. Again, we do not encourage people to push the limits. I've always told people, give it 10 years to 20 years, there will be another bond. What doesn't get done in this bond project list will have to go to the next bond project list. Better to do things the right way, have a good track record, and show the community, yes, we do these projects well, so that when that next opportunity comes up, you can again be successful. And that really is the goal. So we do encourage folks to put self-imposed rules, even above and beyond what Prop 39 may dictate. For instance, one thing we encourage is putting limitations on the use of capital appreciation bonds. Those are bonds that cost more because the interest compounds and isn't paid on a regular basis. Leaving those out will get a lot of your taxpayer groups to be happy about what you're doing, taking that sort of group of potential opposition away. We also encourage putting limits on the repayment ratio. The state will legally allow you to have a repayment ratio of $4 for every dollar you borrow. It would be $3 of interest plus $1 of principal. We think that's far too high. We encourage our boards to approve something more like $2.50 or less for their repayment ratios. Putting these constraints in lets the folks in your community know that you will not let these bond programs and projects get out of hand, that there will be constraints and checkpoints that prevent tax rates from going higher than expected, and keep everything conservative and in the right place. And those policies will help you really in terms of getting your long-term commitments planned out properly. If you do not plan properly and do not structure these bonds properly, there can be financial harm long-term. There are communities out there that have exceeded their bond tax rates. They have authorization, but they can't access it. They can't do projects. They can't use what the voters have approved because they've exceeded their tax rate limits. It's why we like to be conservative, why we like to make sure we keep things within the scope so that we never have to have that bad story. Those bad stories are never fun because you could be $2 over your tax rate, but the headline isn't $2 over the promised tax rate. The headline is $100 million bond program off the rails. You get those sorts of headlines. So we like to see things that, you know, keep the news positive, and keep the ability to keep that news positive out into the future so that folks who show up after us don't speak badly of us after we have left. On the next page, real quick, just want to show you guys that you guys have used bonds before in the past. Back in 2002, you did a Prop 39 Geo bond. It raised 20.75 million. You've issued all those funds and you've used all those funds. At that point in time, you'll see you got 63.8% approval. You only need 55%. Just a demonstration of very hard to get to 66.7% there. Again, in 2013, Measure H was approved, and that was a 55% Prop 39 bond, where you got 61.04% approval, raising 23.8 million. Similarly, you have issued all of those bonds and used those for projects in the past. The district did attempt a measure in 2017, a pair of them actually, measures E and F, again as Prop 39s, and you'll see that in 2017, you did not meet the 55% threshold, 43 and 45% respectively, on a total amount of about $76 million of bonds. Would encourage that if you can find the transcript for that election, the survey results, things of that nature, you look back to that. There's often great information, even in our unsuccessful efforts from the past, that will help inform what the problems were, what the concerns were, how to address them for a future measure. So that look back is very important. But it has been more than 10 years since your last bond measure was approved. You've used all those funds many years ago, and not uncommon for most districts every 10 years or so to pursue another bond. In fact, your prior bonds, some of them are getting ready to mature, and it actually presents an interesting opportunity we'll talk about here shortly. So that's kind of a little bit of an overview, a little bit of history. Let's talk about the GEO bond process specifically and kind of what it takes and what this GEO bond is. A GEO bond is a municipal debt instrument for funding of construction of public infrastructure. It requires voter approval to levy a property tax for its repayment. The important stuff to keep in mind here is that it is debt. It does require voter approval, and it must be used for infrastructure. General obligation bonds do not really do anything for operational funding. The funding from bonds are almost always and almost exclusively used for capital purposes by rules in California. Doesn't mean that you can't facilitate some general fund improvements. New facilities require less maintenance. New facilities can be more efficient in terms of energy and other ways that may improve your bottom line for the general fund, but there's not a direct nexus to fund operational programs like in-class programs through a GEO bond. Whether a district pursue a Prop 39 or a Prop 46 bond, the overall process is generally the same with many, many steps, including the selection of a team. You need more than just a handful of folks to get this done. It requires attorneys, bankers, campaign consultants, survey consultants, state aid consultants, and we'll go over a little bit of detail on each of those here in a moment. You also need to assess the fiscal fee or financial feasibility and really look at all of your options. If you go to your community without doing that, you will get the questions, what about other options? You want to know the answers to that. So exploring options up front is very important. Figuring out what might be eligible for state funding, what sort of grants might be out there, all the different things that you can put into the mix so that you can promise a bigger basket of projects while keeping it responsible in terms of any bond measure the community may entertain. You need to assess political feasibility and really gain community input. I love what I heard on the facility presentation about community input. One of the most important pieces, and I would highlight that people who vote on your bonds are not always directly connected with your school community. For all of the facility presentations we do here in front of the board, there are members of your community who are not paying attention. They don't have kids in school. They become older or they simply don't have kids who are participating in the educational process through your district, you need to reach out to them. They are voters too. You need them to be part of your 55% approval if you pursue a bond. You will find that your school community very rarely makes up the required 55% of the total votes you need to get. So you have to show communities how this will work above and beyond just that, get their input, be faithful to it. Sometimes you will find addressing certain community concerns can do more to get you toward passage than the fanciest of projects that will help the kids out. Because again, not everyone has a vested interest of the school itself that will be voting on this. So with that being said, you want to develop and refine and finalize that plan over time. Really have consideration of inputs of all factors before you even call an election. We do not encourage you to put this on and see what will happen. We really want you to do the work and surveying and things in advance and only call an election if you are fairly confident that there is support for what you are putting forward. If you don't find that there's support, pause, take the time. There will be another election date coming up in the future. One thing I can tell you is that once communities get used to saying no to a bond, it becomes easier and easier to say no. And you can tell them about the bad things that will happen if they don't approve a bond, but until those things actually happen, it doesn't become real for them. So keeping in mind that you want to make sure you have the support and your story has been told properly, and that all involves community engagement. That is one of the most critical pieces of this. You'll need to eventually have a volunteer campaign committee if you decide to call a bond to conduct the campaign in support of the measure. Welcome to California, where no public resource can be used to advocate for a measure. And so as an official board, as an official administration, you cannot do advocacy. You can, of course, provide factual information about what a bond will do, what sort of projects you are going to pursue, but you can't say vote yes on. You can't advocate for the measure. You can simply give factual information as to how that measure will work. In addition, if the election is successful, then you have to sell the bonds and everything else, like the construction projects, the compliance stuff afterwards, setting up the repayments, working with the county on those sorts of things, and the like. So really just getting the bond approved is the first half of the story. The second half is really getting the projects done. And the projects getting done is what gets the community excited, what continues to build the trust and give you the track record you need for future bonds as well, if necessary. A typical GO bond program will issue in multiple series. So you may approve a very large amount, but accessing it will happen over time. And those series can have a repayment of as long as 40 years each. A commitment that will outlast your tenure. So we do want to make sure that we set it up well. And again, have those folks after us speak well of us in the future. Moving to the next page. Selecting a team, as we noted, takes a team of consultants that you really have to assemble to achieve a bond program. And that team really integrates the knowledge of school facilities program in Sacramento, the bond markets, the legal and legislative environments, and local politics to provide you options that best achieve your goals. You'll need an architect or a construction manager who will really assist you in updating and assessing your facility needs. You may have a facility master plan that exists. Those things do get dated, and then perhaps there's some need to do some update or review of that. And that's a great opportunity and process to engage the community, get their feedback, figure out what projects may be important or prioritized in their minds, and make your case for other projects that you believe are critical to be done. A consultant who can assist with state aid should probably join you. You've heard about OPSC approvals and how difficult they can be. Getting money through the school facility program can also be very difficult. It's not always available. Sometimes you have to stand in line to get that money. But I can report that there is a new bond measure on the November ballot. So pursuant to it being successful, there will be additional opportunities for that. And I let folks know that ultimately at the end of the day, there will almost always be some form of state aid. Why is that? If we don't have state aid, developers have to pay level 3 developer fees. That greatly increases the cost of new development. And so they are very keen to not see that happen. In fact, the last state bond was actually backed by developers for that reason. So don't know what the fate of November holds for the state bond, but do understand there will be additional state bond efforts in the future to make sure that those sources of funds are available and development can continue in the state of California. In terms of the bonds and financial matters themselves, the financial advisor, such as the firm I have, East Shore Consulting, will design hopefully an easy to understand and conservative financing plan based upon a good grasp of your tax base, which is what repays the bonds, so that we can make sure that when you make promises to voters about things like tax rates, what will get done, those promises are kept. And we'll really integrate all those other funding sources to figure out what the cash flow looks like and put together a plan for what really will be construction over a multiple year period if you do have a bond approved. You will need a legal counsel, what we colloquially call a bond counsel. You work with the firm of Atkinson, Amelson, Moya, Lomo, and Rudd. They are bond counsels as well. They have that capacity. They really deal with the legal matters, such as review of information and materials to make sure they comply with requirements, preparation of resolutions, and providing opinion on the validity of the bonds. There is a recent attorney's general, not so recent anymore, attorney general opinion from 2017 specific to district bond measures. And because of that, it may be advisable to hire a political consultant to sort of help you share your information with the community. Oftentimes, bond proceeds themselves are precluded from paying for certain things that happen in advance of the bond being approved. So we do encourage, especially for larger communities with larger voting bases, to engage a political consultant. It can be very useful in coordinating volunteer campaign work, as well as identifying areas where you may want to put more effort into communications and the like. So often a good way to approach it. And oftentimes in smaller districts, to get a communications arm in-house that can also serve as a similar sort of function as opposed to a political consultant. But when contacting individuals, voters, businesses, civic organizations, it is this entire team that you are working with to help you tell your story. Your advisors should be willing to sit there in front of the Rotary Club and explain the bond program to them. If you have a senior group that's curious about how it would impact them, your team should be there to help explain that. And that entire team is there to guide you through the entire process, from the election through the issuance and through the projects themselves. Flipping to the next page, you've heard me talk about tax base a bunch. Just wanted to show you a history of your assessed valuation. This is the basis on which taxes are collected within the district. You are currently at an assessed valuation of the total taxable value of property within the district of just over $5.2 billion. You've seen some pretty robust growth recently. Some of that is new development coming in, but I will warn you that you do have a power plant, and power plants tend to cause volatility within their boundaries. So if you look back in time, you'll see back in 2004 or 5, a little dip, and you'll see the Great Recession dip where rates that growth were actually negative. That created a lot of problems for a lot of bond programs because we generally project that the tax base will grow by a few percent a year. When it goes negative, tax rates have to go up. If they go beyond the limitations on Prop 39, you can be locked out of accessing additional funds from your bond program. There are many elections of 2008 that to this day have not been completed because they have gone over their tax rate due to the communities having such a strong or such a high loss of value. More often than not, these are recent subdivision communities where you just had some new subdivisions come in that were overvalued. But you're well past those days now and have a really strong, robust history of growth. Would just warn, don't get too aggressive on your growth assumptions because things like power plants can vary by quite a bit year over year. On average, over the last 20 years, we've grown by 3% a year. The last 10, 6% a year. The last 5, a little over 8%, just under 8.5% a year. So really robust tax-based growth. Very important because not only does that impact your tax rates, next slide, it also impacts your bonding capacity limit. Statutorily in California, a unified school district is limited to 2.5% of its total assessed value for the amount of its outstanding bonds. So for your district with a $5.2 billion tax base, 2.5% equates to $130 million. That is the statutory limit, the maximum amount of bonds you can have. You can exceed that through a waiver approved by the State Board of Education, but the code itself reads 2.5%. Currently, you have about 27 million outstanding. So your net available bonding capacity today is just over $100 million. I can tell you now that this bonding capacity limit generally takes 2 Prop 39 general obligation bond programs to fill up. So when you have 2 kind of new programs, you can sort of approach that bonding capacity limit. For right now, you have a ton of capacity under that statutory limit. Switching to the next page, talking about financial feasibility and bond options. GO bonds are tied to a district's taxable property value or assessed value, as it's sometimes called. We always like to tell people to plan conservatively. I know you've grown by a little north of 8% over the last 5 years. That is not the number to assume. You would like to assume a lower growth rate. Prop 13 guarantees you usually 2% growth a year in most communities by the limitations therein. But the additional growth comes from properties turning over, being sold at higher values, or new growth and new development coming in. We generally say that short of new development, 3% is kind of the top of where we like to see assumptions go. If we see new development, we can account for that and maybe go up to 4, maybe even 5% if you have some big subdivisions coming. But exploring and understanding that tax base is critical to keeping your tax rates where you want them to be and really raising the money in the time that you expect. So a lot of this is focusing on where will the growth come from and understanding where that growth comes from. But using some basic assumptions, Prop 39 provides for a limited tax rate, $60 per 100,000 of taxable value. And assuming a 3% growth rate for your tax base going forward, using today's interest rates, a single program at that $60 rate could raise as much as $91.5 million. That would be a single vote to be approved. That may or may not be the correct approach. Maybe you have that much to do in projects, maybe you don't. But understanding that as your kind of credit limit, the max amount that you could go for with a single program is a good number to have in the back of your head. There are some alternatives you could take a look at. Your election of 2000 Measure E bonds are actually going to mature and have their final repayment in August of 2029. Seems like such a big number to me, 2029, but it's right around the corner from us right now. Only a handful of years, 5 years away. That election of 2002 had a voter estimated tax rate of $39 per $100,000. You could look to extend that rate. If you were to extend that rate when that other one drops off and pick that rate back up with a new program, keeping the rate essentially stable over time, that could raise as much as $46.5 million. So there's a way that you could, like, as the 2002 was maturing, extend that, keep rates roughly at the same level, and raise an additional $46 million. You would just be paying over a longer period of time at the existing rate. That may be an option, but that really depends on, again, your facility's vision. Remember, it starts with that vision. If that's enough to get things done, that might be a viable option. There are some other things you could look at, perhaps doing a tax rate extension plus a few dollars if you need a few extra dollars to complete certain projects. But the nice thing about the extension is you can really do it without increasing the current tax rates and extending the existing. You could also aid to that extension plan by refinancing prior debt, helping to free up some additional capacity under the tax rate at a sooner date. And you do actually have an opportunity we'll talk about here in a moment to refinance one series of bonds this year and 2 series of bonds in 2026. On the next page, we will see a graphical representation of your general obligation bond programs. The election of 2002 are those grayish bars you see over there in the bottom left corner, and you can see that those run out in 2029. That is the last year. Your next election, the election of 2013, you can see has the yellow and kind of tan colors, and we projected what a potential extension might look like of that measure from 2002 with a potential 2026 measure. That red line represents the tax rate and ties to the scale on the right side of that graph. And you can see how that stays fairly stable right around $60 while raising you an additional amount of funding, that $46.5 million, extending that existing rate. That's sort of how an extension would work. The rate continues on for longer. And you will notice that your election of 2013 does cease in 2044. So that will be coming off the rolls at that point in time as well. 2044 is roughly 20 years from now. I don't know that I'll still be doing this. I don't know if any of you will still be on the board, but that may present another opportunity then for an extension at that point in time as your other bonds go away. It's a great politically viable way to kind of get a decent amount of projects done, but sometimes your need is higher than that, and we have to simply look at a fresh rate and cannot extend. On the next page, I want to talk about managing existing debt and tax rates. As we noted, you do have existing bonds. Any tax rate extension is very, very critical that we manage the tax rates because we're going to extend that rate. So we don't want it to perhaps dip too low so that it's not viable to extend. But we also don't want to upset the apple cart and have people concerned about rates going up in advance of a potential election. But there are things you can do like refinancing existing debt. And when it is viable, you work closely with the county to understand how the tax rates work and can shape the refinancing to save taxpayers money on their prior obligations while doing things like using that savings to maybe free up a year of payments sooner. What can you do with that additional year of payments? That's 1 year sooner you can access your new bond if you want to extend that rate. And then usually allow for additional capacity. So looking at right sizing and fine tuning your existing debt before you go out for another also presents a great opportunity to advertise to your community and demonstrate to them that you are doing your fiduciary responsibility, trying to keep those rates as low as possible. As I noted earlier, there are 2 opportunities, one viable now, another one in 2026. Your election of 2013 Series A bonds can be refinanced now. I have some graphs in here that are a little dated because we ran this 2 weeks ago and markets change daily. The numbers will be a little bit better and I'll share that when we get to that slide. But by refinancing that 2013 Series A, you could save your taxpayers money and also put yourself in a position to perhaps strategically plan for a future bond effort. We are looking for market improvements and we are right now in a higher interest rate environment. It's kind of funny, depends on how old you are and how far back you remember when we talk about high interest rate environments. We are coming off a period post-pandemic of extremely low interest rates, record lows, near zeros, something we have historically never seen before. We are back up to much higher rates comparatively, but I can tell you now, when I first started this, we were refinancing bonds in the 80s and those things had 6 and 7% interest rates on them. Some even as high in the early 80s as 10% kind of interest rates. So it's all kind of relative. We are in a higher interest rate environment, but the Fed is supposedly going to be cutting rates soon. And we are seeing trends in the markets of rates getting lower as the year has progressed. And it becomes more clear that the inflation story has cooled off a little bit. So we are anticipating market improvements, which may improve over time the prospects for this refinancing that you have available. And then would note your next opportunity is the refinancing of your election of 2013 Series B bonds and a 2016 GO refunding bond, which actually refunded some of your 2002 bonds. So you have done this refinancing in the past. It does work. It does save taxpayers money and is viable now for the 2013 Series A and in 2 years for the Series B and the refinancing that was done previously. Refinancing of all this debt will allow you again to take advantage of improved interest rates and a shorter duration of repayment, similar to going from a 30-year mortgage to a 15-year mortgage. And you can use those savings to reduce the tax rates for taxpayers and shape the future tax rates as well. Again, increasing your capacity if you want to extend an existing rate. On the next slide, just for history's sake, I show you a full listing of all the general obligation bonds and certificates of participation and other debt types that the district has issued in support of its facility efforts over time. Items highlighted in green are still outstanding, and you will see in the outstanding principal, original principal outstanding, that's how much remains. So for example, in your second block there, the election of 2013 Series A, which was issued in 2014, you issued 15 million. The original repayment requirement was about 29 million. It's been paid down and there's about 13.8 remaining of that bond. 8.3 million was issued in 2016. That's been paid down to 7.4 million. As with home mortgages, the amount of principal you pay in the first few years is usually the smallest amount of principals. As we go out over time, it's more and more principal, less interest expense. So each of these bonds will see accelerated kind of repayments of principal over time. But this is just a laundry list of everything you have done over history. Next slide. We're getting close to the end, I promise. This is just a real quick chart of the refinancing opportunities. the way you read this chart essentially is we're looking at the various series of bonds across the top that could be refinanced. And we're looking at where interest rates were on the day that we ran these numbers. And what would the savings be if interest rates improved by, say, 0.25%, 0.5%, or 1%? I can tell you between now and when I ran these, we've had about 0.25% improvement in the markets. So you can move up one line from that bolded number there, and you can see that the savings are more like 750, 800,000 right now. We ran a little projection and about 10, 15 more basis points, the savings from refinancing that would be realized by taxpayers would be over $1 million in interest. And so that is actually viable at this point in time. It is something that we would recommend you pursue in the not too distant future, and maybe use as a kickoff as part of a discussion of the bonds in general and broader efforts to start community outreach. Always good to start with a little bit of good news when you're starting to have conversations with the community. We also model things for those potential refinancings in 2026. While you could wait to refinance those 2013 Series A bonds until 2026, you have to continue paying at the existing interest rate. There'll be less principal to refinance in 2 years, and the savings just doesn't look quite as good if rates stayed the same and we waited for that. But you will see that all the numbers are negative for the other bonds. What does that mean? It means that we need more than a 1% improvement for those other bonds to be viable to save money. Those other bonds were issued in 2013, excuse me, in 2016, and thereabouts in a much lower interest rate environment in 2013. So the differentials are a little bit tighter. But I can tell you right now, we are well over 1.5%, almost 2% higher than our low lows, or our kind of moderate normal levels. And we're probably 3 or 4% above the lowest of the lows that we experienced during the pandemic. It is not outside the realm of reasonability in the 2-year window, given the amount of Fed rate increases that occurred in the past couple of years. We can see an improvement to turn that prospect of the 26 refunding positive as well. And that would be something that'd be great to do in advance of an election, just to demonstrate to people again that you are doing your best to save them everything you can on the previous bond obligations. With that, very quickly, other potential sources. We've kind of touched on some of this, but we look back in history. It looks like you guys have received over $18 million since the early 2000s from the school facility program, something we also call the state aid program. That is basically where you leverage the previous bonds to raise state funding that's available to you. I always like to remind people about the state aid program and the state bond that funds it. The state bond is not like your bond. It's not something that voters vote on and approve a tax rate. It's actually a reallocation of general fund dollars at the state level. And because of that, we all pay into that state bond when they are approved. Ultimately, it becomes a question of how much is your community getting back? Everyone pays in. Does your community get anything back? And the school facility program, unfortunately, is competitive. And you have folks like LAUSD. LAUSD has a department that is probably as big as your staff that just deals with facilities. They have 7 or 8 people who used to work for
Must be nice.
SFP, the school facility program. They know the rules like the back of their hands. And LAUSD likes to have about $2 billion in authorized GO bonds sitting here waiting to issue. For when that opportunity from the state comes, they can jump on it and take advantage. This is why we encourage districts to get a state aid consultant. It is critical that you have someone who knows the rules and can advocate for you in that project, in that program, because there are bigger fish out there that will eat your lunch if you don't. So understanding that state aid is an important piece. And I would say next to your local bond funds for most school districts, it is the biggest piece. There are some other ways you can work with state aid, going to hardship, things of that nature that require other strings attached. But the great thing about a state aid consultant is they can help triangulate and guide you to that best mix of how to maximize the utility of that state funding that might be available to you. And again, that new bond for the state is on the November ballot. So you will be seeing information about that floating out here in the not too distant future. Another thing we encourage is partnerships with other local entities. Oftentimes your facilities are used by more than just yourselves as schools. Sometimes your facilities may serve a recreational purpose or be provided to seniors for use for meeting space. Partnering with other agencies that may have interest in collaborating can help you expand the pool. You have things like Prop 39 in the school facility program. they have facility funds sometimes available to them as well. Combining those two pots, get you a bigger pot to get more done. And so sometimes we see park districts partner with school districts. Sometimes we see other such entities like the county or county office partner with districts to build an early childhood care center or to do some field and recreational facility work. It'll be used by the broader community in hours not used by the school district. Those partnerships also help you expand your communications to other people who may not be in touch with the school, may not have students. So when they are viable and available, often a good idea to seek out and work with those other partners to help get more done. But ultimately, seeking all available resources not only maximizes the potential funds, it provides the community with an understanding that you are maximizing their investment through the bond. And that increases trust in the board and the district. And again, I would note the approval of bonds oftentimes is more about trust than anything else. Next slide is a snapshot of your voter demographics. About 15,381 total voters, not a small population, majority Democrat. When we compare your demographics to other areas in the state, pretty good looking. You don't have a lot of seniors. We don't like seniors, but seniors have a higher propensity to say no to new taxes. They tend to be the types that say, no, I don't have kids. My kids are through school. I have no need to improve the schools. I don't want to say yes to a bond. I don't need to spend more. I'm on a fixed income. Again, important to engage that community. But there are some communities in California where seniors make up over half or near half of the electorate. You can see that, roughly a quarter of your electorate is made up of seniors. In addition to that, we show you at the very bottom a snapshot over time. And the first kind of column just tells you June of 2022, what was the turnout? It's not a presidential election. As we know, turnout tends to be lower in non-presidential elections. So of your 15,000 roughly voters, a little less than 5,000 turned out for that election. And you can see kind of how that broke down in terms of the various groups, demographic groups within the electorate. You will see that in that election, despite seniors being only 27% of your population, in that election, they were over 52% of your voters. That is a critical turnout metric that you want to pay attention to, does very much impact potentially for bonds. If you fast forward to November of 2022, not presidential, but a main election, you'll see that those seniors go down as a percentage by about 8 percentage points as other younger voters say, hey, this is an exciting election. I want to vote now. Wasn't thinking about the primary, but now that it's November, I'm ready to vote. And then you'll see in the presidential election, that turnout step up to nearly 2/3 of your voters. Seniors go down even further, just to 34% of the electorate. It is for this reason that oftentimes folks will focus on presidential elections for considering bonds. That may be an option for you. Don't know if waiting another 4 years makes sense if you have projects that need to be explored sooner. We do think that your demographics are solid enough and not prohibitive in a way that would preclude you from approaching a 26 election. But always tell folks you want to do the groundwork, the surveying work, and the communication work to make sure you understand that before you consider calling any election. So really, you have a window of time here of about 12 to 14 months to engage the community, really come up with a good plan, vet that plan, get feedback, honor that feedback, and incorporate it into your broader plan. Do some surveying. We encourage surveying not up front, but after you've kind of done some communication and development to really test what it is you're talking about doing, see if that plan needs refinement. And then that surveying will tell you, do we have a good odds of having this approved or not? If you don't, we don't encourage you to say, go for an election. We would rather you wait until you kind of know that you have a good shot at winning. Continuing on the political feasibility and outreach side, on the next slide, because voter support is required for bonds, it is very important to get that local resident input and really let it shape your vision. I know we all think we know what we want most. Sometimes you will find community priorities are a little different, and honoring some of those priorities sometimes can go a long way. I'll keep the story short, but there was a school district in the LA County area where its fields did not have any fencing. It was on a main street. They had a $15 million bond program that they had approved. They made sure that within a week or two of that bond being approved, the fencing went up. Everyone loved what they did. The Great Recession hit right after that. They had to ask for the exact same projects because the price went up. They couldn't afford it. A bunch of things happened. They were delayed. The community affirmed that next vote because they saw that bench right away. They were so happy about getting what they had asked for as their highest priority right out the gate that it brought a lot of goodwill for that district and covered up a lot of the things that didn't go quite as well in the next couple of projects that they had. But that's just a good example of how listening and honoring that community feedback can buy you a lot of goodwill. So really engaging the community while concurrently pursuing different strategies and there we go.
Too many still bodies.
I'm still alive here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Um, community engagement, really conversations, and that includes not just the school.
Once in a while, someone needs to get up.
But also your major stakeholders like your large taxpayers, your business concerns, working with your county office and prominent residents. You often find that there are many times longstanding families in communities that have the pulse on other members of the community and are good to bring into the fold. Ideally, you want to make some of those people part of the conversation, maybe even have some of them become part of your campaign committee, those volunteers that you need down the line. Another valuable step is conducting meetings where facility need and potential solutions are shared with not just parents, but voters and taxpayers. Love what I saw here today, taking that on the road, doing facility updates at a broad-based level, not necessarily detailed as you would do for the board or the community, making sure that people see the conditions. One of the things I had a election we just put on the ballot here for November. We did some surveying and the feedback was, hey, you know, things are great at your school. We drive by it every day. It's always got fresh paint. It looks good from the outside, but no one goes inside. They didn't realize that there were ceiling tiles missing, roof issues, leaks, things of that nature, because a lot of your community doesn't have the opportunity to come into these campuses. So those pictures that you showed are great things to have to show the community, to show the conditions, show the need. Oftentimes it's presumed, hey, everything is great. I'm not hearing anything falling down, so I don't think you need anything. In fact, one of your neighboring districts that is got even better demographics opted to not call an election in 2024 because the survey indicated that folks didn't believe there was a need. They hadn't been inside those schools. They hadn't seen that, yeah, the bathrooms are in bad condition despite the outside looking really good. And they have actually paused to 2026 for that election to do some community outreach and communications work to make sure that that story is better understood. Again, surveying, whether you're going for June or November, after you've done some communication, great to do the surveying. We always know that higher turnout elections are more advantageous, but these bonds get passed in all elections. The only really rough cycle we've had recently was the pre-pandemic March 2020 cycle where almost no one passed. It was a very miserable night for school bonds. That all being said, if enough voters indicate their willingness to support your plan and your vision, you call the election. If not, you do more communication and you come back at a later election date. That would be our recommendation. Next slide is just for brainstorming. You'll see there's some blanks in here, but this is your universe: seniors, parents, neighborhoods and communities, your local media, whether that's the Herald or social media, community leadership, whether that's your board of supervisors, your county office, other folks, your business groups, whether that's the chamber, the Farm Bureau. These are the types of folks you should be engaging. Public safety, fire and sheriff, hospitals. These are all folks who are in the public space, understand government, understand your needs, and can be advocates for you. There may be security measures that you want to include in your facility plan that your sheriff's office can help explain, give additional details on. Multi-generational families, other schools, whether it's charters or private. Sometimes they have a vested interest. If there's a little bit of skin in the game for them, they may be interested in helping on the campaign side or helping bring some of their resources to the table to expand what you can do and defray what has to be done with district geo bonds and district resources. And of course, your own community, the board, the unions, your teachers, etc. Parents are also a critical part of this communication process, but it is bigger than just the school community when it comes to a geo bond. gonna breeze through these next ones here pretty quickly. Develop a plan. You want to just manage your existing tax rates, really set the stage for an effective new measure, whether that's a fresh rate or an extension. And you want to develop specifics. Loosey-goose kind of promises don't do well with voters. You got to be fairly specific about what you're trying to do. You want to look at things like your FMP and other things you've previously developed, and that does actually put you a little ahead of the curve because you are active right now with facility projects. But over the next 2 years, maybe dust those things off, do some community outreach, maybe some updates, maybe bring in folks to talk about and get their feedback about what they'd like to see on certain campuses. Prioritization is key. You will never be able to do everything right out the gate. So having the right set of priorities and understanding how they fit together and really giving your community a clear sense of what and when to expect what is important to maintaining that trust. You can get a bond approved and lose trust by not delivering on what you promised. So you want to make sure you're in a position to deliver. Your bond project list really is the byproduct and should be the deliverable for the foreseeable future that is really distinct from all prior bonds. So you want to really put some effort into that. I've seen folks run out that same generic bond project list year after year. People catch on to that eventually, and there's nothing like specific here. They want to see specific things. So we encourage bond project lists that go campus by campus, of course, broad enough to allow you some wiggle room, deal with unforeseen conditions, things of that nature, but be specific at the campus level. Don't just say we want to modernize our schools. That doesn't mean a lot to many members of your community who aren't part of your school community. And then really focus on specific projects and things that you think you can get done in the next 3 to 5 year window. That's usually how bonds work. I have seen places do the big master plan, looking way, way out to the future. Want to do everything for 20 years, approve a bond that does that. Futures change far too fast for that, and you end up not keeping promises. I know a district in the Sacramento area that's approved $500 million worth of bonds. They've only issued 50 million. Folks look at them and they think, well, you've got $500 million. Where's all this money going? They haven't sold those bonds yet, but your community doesn't understand those details. That's why we encourage a limited window of 3 to 5 years so you can show and prove what you were going to do and have it demonstratable within a reasonable time frame where memories are still fresh. That buys you the kind of capital that you get to those 60% approval rates again in the future. Again, critical to demonstrate that you have a firm grasp of what can be done and what the community's investment can be made to produce. You got to deliver on those promises. Next step is calling an election and advocacy. Once your plan is updated and you've gotten that feedback from the community, the act is really calling the election if it makes sense. And that's facilitated through a resolution before the board. We encourage, that resolution be crafted by your bond counsel so that it is legally adhering to all the rules that are in place around bonds, and that you really make that a very public process for the approval of that resolution with great detail and adherence to the outreach efforts. You don't want to change the narrative once you go to the resolution. You want that to be an extension of your efforts, and add those self-imposed rules to demonstrate to the community that you will be conservative with this effort. And then ideally, you want to have uniform board support. You don't want a bond to become a wedge issue if it doesn't have to be. And there are folks who will always, when they see it discord amongst the board about a bond, say no. Often there are people just looking for a reason to say no to a bond. You want to keep that kind of solid front if you can. If you do all this stuff right, and you get that resolution to the county registrar of voters to place that measure, the actual campaign itself is pretty perfunctory. You've already done the communication. You've already laid out the narrative. Really, at that point in time, the campaign should really just be a reinforcement of your prior communications. And that's why the volunteer committee should have a fairly easy job with that. Again, reminding that you can't use district resources to advocate for the measure, but that campaign committee can raise resources to do advocacy. Once that advocacy is done, really through some modest donations from others who might be involved, like architects and the like, there really is a kind of brief period of getting out the vote, maybe some door-to-door contact, mailers, things of that nature, to remind people that your measure is on the ballot, make sure they get out and vote for it. Keeping in mind your measures usually aren't at the top of the ballot. They're buried somewhere way, 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 way down. So they got to make sure they go all the way down that ballot and get to that measure to give you that yes vote. Finally, next steps. Sample timeline targeting a Prop 39 election for June of 26 is on the next page. You can read that at your edification. Just kind of lays out these various steps in a graphical format. More immediately over the next few months, really would encourage you to get into some initial discussions, both internal and external stakeholders, and start getting feedback about what these broader based priorities are to see if it makes sense to potentially look at 26 as a date for seeking a new bond measure. Or if it's not, what kind of communication may be necessary to get there for a 28 kind of effort. In the interim, I would really encourage that you explore refinancing those 2013 Series A GEO bonds. Again, I believe that the savings on those are nearing $1 million, and a resolution to authorize that in documentation could be brought back to an August or September meeting to execute before the year is out. And would make for a nice press release if successful. Beyond that, there is some more information and stuff on cost of this type of effort, what it takes to get done, timelines, models of potential bond programs for you to look at and consider in the appendix. But I've said a lot. I will open it up to questions, and then maybe I'll highlight a few things before I call it a presentation.
All right. Very informative. Thank you so much. I'll open it up to our audience. Do you have any questions regarding the presentation on bonds? Open it up then to anybody on Zoom that has any questions regarding the information that was shared. Okay, being that there's none, I will then open it up to our board. Any questions regarding the presentation?
I just want to say thank you for a very informative presentation. I think it gives us a lot to consider, but you have so many data points and so many suggestions. It's a very thorough job. Thank you.
Any other questions or?
Yeah, I just had a couple, obviously you said a couple times you can't use district resources, but I heard you say something that the district people can't advocate for a bond, but someone told me, I think it was our old superintendent, said that the trustees can.
So the fine line of this is the district resources. You cannot sit here on the dais in your board position and advocate.
Yeah.
As an independent citizen, you are free to do that, but
Okay.
you cannot use district reso. You can't use district Xerox machines or copier paper or things of that nature, or even district phone systems, email systems. Private systems you can use. So you are allowed, even your superintendent administration can, although there's a running joke about when is a superintendent not working, when are they not on the clock that we have about that. But on their free time, yes, they can advocate.
Okay, I just wanted to make that crystal clear. And I think this may be obvious. Can we, or people, whoever is advocating for it, have town hall type things?
Definitely. In fact, you can have a town hall before calling the election, and we encourage some of those facility community meetings, open houses to allow people to come in and see conditions at the facilities that they might not otherwise, inviting some prominent members, even one-on-one contact from people like the superintendent and administration to give people tours is something we encourage. Getting those prominent citizens out into the district's resources and buildings that normally wouldn't come here so that they can see the conditions for themselves often is the most effective way to get their support and get them on board and understanding what is needed. So town halls are great, presentations are great, but again, you want to make sure that your message is concise as to what you're doing and why.
Yeah, and gathering information is key. It's going to take quite a while. And I think well, I know I was really in the mix of the 2017 one, and a lot of it was a little untrust. But if the board decided, I would have optimism depending on what everyone thought the district needed, the community needed, I mean, not be here, but I would obviously still be in the community. Um. So. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you for everything. It was awesome. Definitely something I wanted to learn about eventually, and today's the day. Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity.
So.
Coming to. Oh.
It's for the folks at home as well.
Can you hear me? Okay.
You could say your
So,
name if you want.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my question to you is, I've been doing this for 27 years. More on the private sector rather than a public sector, although I have done a public sector, not as a mayor of City of Waxahachie. So I've had some access to this, but I guess to the town hall, I can segue to your question. When you have measured values, which I think are really key to the community and to the board and everybody here, being transparent is really important as well. But part of my experience when you're doing a facility master plan is that you have to create measured values to be transparent. So with those measured values, what I'm referring to is something like a UMP, which is a utility master plan, to follow with a facility conditions assessment. So those run hand in hand that support the FMP, which is the facility master plan. So it's kind of a tiered, layered onion approach, if you will, correct?
Yeah, that often.
Yeah, thank you.
That often is the case. I would note that one of the benefits of the 2017 effort is you have done a lot of that work. It may be a little dated, but there has been a lot of work done on planning, and there's been a lot of work done exploring conditions. I think you have a lot of understanding of what the need is, but engaging in that process, making sure that you have those various plans together, that they're synchronized, is important, because again, I will remind you that as you roll these projects out, you can find lots of efficiencies in getting them done if you do them the right way. If you schedule things in such a way that work can be done at the right times when students are off campus and have kind of the right deployment strategy, you don't have to do things like put in portables for interim housing. You don't have to do things like have excessive, fencing and other things put up to screen off portions of the campus while it's live. There are just different ways that you can find those efficiencies. So facility master planning really is key, but flexibility is also key. As you know, every facility master plan is great until it meets the first shovel of dirt that gets turned over. But you do have a lot of that planning done already, from my understanding. So picking those pieces up and updating them would be important. For instance, the 2017 effort was pre-pandemic. There are a lot of health and safety and air conditioning and circulation type things that weren't contemplated perhaps, that need to be updated.
Thank you. So did you have any questions, Adriana? Very familiar with this. I've been involved with bond oversight committee, Measure H, and then the 2017. 2017 was to open the school, a brand new school in Los Angeles site. And that was, research was done and yada, yada, and we did a facilities plan and what have you, right, with the projections of enrollment. But, it was 2 months. And looking back, looking at your presentation today, there was definitely some areas of improvement that I could see. Love the roadmap idea. Love the, that engagement with the community is crucial to really, but we need to do an assessment, an updated assessment and inventory of what we need today. We still have the Moss Landing site, but nobody wanted a new middle school there. And that's because of what you just said, Rick. It was trust. A lot of it was trust, because the original bond that we were supposed to have a middle school here didn't happen. So that was a big piece of it. I don't want to go rehash all of that again, but I think we're going in the right direction now. And with the cabinet, with the transparency, with everything that we're doing, Connie, the way you're presenting, I think that just what you said, Sandra, is just going back and looking at all of our options. I love the idea of the I've heard that in the refinancing, when I went to CSBA in one of the meetings that I went to, that was something that we should really consider. Because that is something that could be a quick fix, because we know right now, all of us board know, and the staff know, and community know, our facilities need a lot of work. But it's going back and prioritizing and kind of see how assessing, prioritizing, getting everybody's input and see what we can do. So anyways, with that being said, thank you for the information. A lot of great information. I think we can come back and review and talk and go from there.
Appreciate it. This was just designed to be the start of a conversation.
Yeah,
Glad
it was a
sort of
great
came-
conversation. It
And-
refreshed my memory in a lot of things.
If I can add as well, I just do want to reiterate that this is something which I do believe that our schools and our district needs. And I do think that it'll be up to us as a governance body to think about how to get this done. So thank you for starting the conversation. Really appreciate it. Thank you for laying out the roadmap, as it were. We do have, you've laid out the vision of a plan of which would, we hope, lead to more likely a successful outcome, which is what we want. And in terms of engaging the community, see what the community wants, those are hugely helpful things. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Angela, did you have any questions? No.
No, I was adding, yeah, I'm starting the conversation, but one thing I pick up from me is trust.
Mhm.
And this is something that we want to do. It's showing the community that, we're trying to rebuild the trust. Little things like following through with hiring custodians, following through with hiring more security effectiveness monitor, show the public that we do hear them, their concern, showing them transparency like we did today. Those are the stepping stones. We're building trust, so we'll continue on that way.
Thank you, Angela.
Also, this we have. Recess.
You guys need to take a little break or? Sure. How about a 3-minute? 3-minute? All right, let's do a 3-minute break. Anybody want to get up, go to the restroom or? All right. Okay, next presentation is the Classified School Employees Association.
Yes. For reals this time. Good evening, school board members and Dr. Turkey. Sorry, my name is Shai Maciel, VP of CSCA Chapter 6. Tonight, we would like to start with some positives. CSC has been collaborating with the new Assistant Superintendent of HR, Curtis Wilson, and to improve frontline. To improve frontline and to allow us to monitor our leave balances. We had a couple of meetings with Frontline and NCOE to help our district tackle this, which will help us with the overpayment issue that we have, which has been going on for a few years now. The HR department is progressing thanks to Mr. Curtis Wilson, leadership and tireless efforts. We really appreciate Curtis's constant communication with CSCA. We really do appreciate that. We have been longing for this type of communication from the district administration for such a long time. CSA also appreciates being included in many panel interviews. I have been one today myself, and is pleased to participate in fulfilling classified positions. So on the other hand, however, we do have some concerns about the need to hire custodians. So the school services audit from last year, we had passed you out copies, states that we should have 7 custodians here at the high school. However, we only currently have 5, which burdens our custodians who are being pulled in many ways and causing a backlog on their work. We are also still waiting for a time and motion study as the district has agreed to investigate it. Lastly, we have a member who was not signed up for CalPERS retirement when she began to be employed by the district. She is understandably stressed about the situation, and CSA has been patiently waiting for an outcome for about 2 months. We would like to help move this forward, but the employee is requesting your assistance to ensure the process is expedited before the beginning of August of this year. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, yo les voy a hablar español porque es mi primera lengua. Yo soy Sandra Silva Cruz, empecé a trabajar para el Departamento de Nutrición y para el Condado de Monterey en el año 2022 como substitute en el Departamento de Nutrición. Y en mayo de este año agarré la posición de asistente 1 en la middle school. Y me notificaron que tengo un problema con CalPERS porque trabajé como substitute el año pasado más de 1000 horas y el distrito tenía que enrolarme en CalPERS, pero ahora hay una situación en que no me enrolaron porque yo llamé a CalPERS y no puedo tener información porque ellos dicen que hay más de 3 datos míos erróneos y que yo no tengo una cuenta con ellos. Yo tengo una deuda aparentemente de $1,000.500 o poquito más que les debo a ellos, pero ellos no me pueden dar información porque yo no soy la dueña de esa cuenta. No sé si es error del distrito o qué pasó, pero yo no puedo tener información de eso, pero cuando agarré la posición me dieron a saber que yo debo eso. Ahora vengo a pedir que me den una solución porque hemos estado esperando desde que agarré la posición una solución para este tema y recibí un mensaje de que ahora solo tengo que dirigirme con los administrativos.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Gracias, Sandra, por venir y platicar con nosotros.
Dr. Turpey, can you please look into that?
Yeah, it's actually something which we are actively working on
Okay.
right now. Curtis, would you like the opportunity to speak to that? Because I know this is something which we're working on.
Yes, this came up so I actively meet with CSA every 2 weeks. I think when I count 3 times in 3 weeks, so I guess every week at this point. This absolutely came up my first meeting with them, and Where we stand currently is that the employee is now enrolled in CalPERS. The fix that needs to take place from this point is to call CalPERS, change the date back to the time of actual employment, and make sure that we address the fees and the contributions. And we've already stated, both the CSE and the employee, that it's completely on us taking care of it all, and will be taken care of. Right now, we will amplify it a little bit to get it on there. Again, with 3 people right now, we've been doing hiring. And it is not a timely process, but to get CalPERS on the phone, get the ball rolling, get the PO in order to get CalPERS paid. We are waiting to get hired before we do those things. So, but it is on our radar. We're on it, and the employee is enrolled right now in CalPERS, and the problem has been corrected other than the back payment and the time. So,
Okay.
which is on our radar, and the next.
So
step.
does she know that?
Yes, yeah, she's been communicated with by
Okay.
Emily in our office. The only thing I had not done yet after talking to CSE on Tuesday was that I was going to personally email as well, which I have not done yet. But yes, we have said that it's on us and we'll pay it all.
Okay, so as long as she knows she doesn't have a $1,500 debt
No,
on CalPERS.
no.
Okay.
Is there a timing?
I'm hoping next week to have it completed. But again, it's going to be how long it takes CalPERS to respond to us, realize the fix, get the PO in order through our business services, and get it set up through that way. So
So the holdup is on Cal.
holdup is on us right now, getting the ball rolling on that, but she has been enrolled at this point. Yes.
She's.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, everything's done. Yep.
Yeah, we have an interpreter here that
Yep.
can definitely maybe pass all that information on to her.
Yeah, to make sure she understands.
And
Yeah.
in fact, I believe, I've also been told that there's some people online who are only English speaking and did not understand the Spanish. And I believe, Connie, you were going to come up and translate just quickly. Thank you so much, Connie.
I was taking notes so basically, what the employee said is that, back in 2022, she was a substitute and, working in, nutritional services. In May of this year, she became, an assistant one. And now, when she calls, she became CalPERS employee, she found out that she exceeded 1,000 hours. And no, 1,000 horas. Horas. She exceeded 1,000 hours. As a result of that, she was told that she owed $1,500, $1,500. And when she communicated with CalPERS, she was told that they cannot provide any information because she doesn't own the account. And that she needs to communicate via the administrators, because we own the account. And therefore, she's here tonight seeking for help and support. And Mr. Curtis just provided us the follow-up in English. So I'm assuming that were they able to translate that in Spanish now? ¿Me faltó algo? ¿Está bien? Perfect.
Thank you, Dr. Santa Cruz. It's great to be bilingual, but thank you.
This happened in May. That was when she crossed over 1,000 hours.
It happens May of this year. Mayo de este año pasado. Sí.
Well, I'm excited we have a brand new team. We have processes. This isn't happening to any other employees next year. The 1,000-hour ratio. Also, I think Curtis said next week. Thank you.
Y lo que dijo el señor Curtis fue que ya usted ya pertenece, es parte de CalPERS y que ya está tomando cartas en el asunto. Yeah. So she said that about 3 days ago, she called and still it's the same situation. But I'm updating her based on the information that Curtis is providing that he's on it. Él está trabajando. ¿Sí?
And that she owes no money. The district will pay the $1,500
Y
as
que-
part of her
y que no-
contribution.
Que no debe usted dinero que el distrito se va a hacer. ¿Sí? Cualquier otra pregunta. Pues,
Van a trabajar para la próxima semana.
fecha específica, we don't have a specific date yet, but hopefully next week. Él se va a contactar con Calpers y posiblemente la próxima semana. Le pueden proporcionar información. Sí. Thank you.
Thanks,
you.
Curtis.
Thank
Thanks
you
a lot.
again.
Okay, next item on the agenda is do we have the North Monterey County Federation of Teachers, any representation from the teachers union? If not, we'll go over to the board reports. I'll start with Rick.
We had the board retreat on Tuesday. Yeah, it was at Hartnell Annex in Castroville. It was really cool. I liked it a lot. Gained some information from it and practices. Yesterday was a real cool day. We got invited along with other school districts, Supervisor Church, and some other affiliated people for the Eat Real Kitchen tour and demo. We went and listened in the North County Forum, and then right after we took a tour of the kitchen and showed off our awesome facility, and we even went to the storage areas, the freezers, the back area. Then we got on a bus and went to the community center in Castroville and had lunch with the food that they give the students and the people in the community. We've been feeding different sites in the community all summer until August 9th. And it was good. They had a little sample in the kitchen of red pozole. I couldn't eat any because I'm vegetarian, but everyone else did, or Matt and Glenn and
2 portions.
yeah, you had to. And then we went to the community center and it was, what was it? Carnita?
Carnitas, taco, carnitas.
Tacos, and they had like, all the fixing on there, the cabbage, the radishes, the onion, cilantro, some corn, some fixed up corn that you put on it, and this really good avocado crema. It looked like, not just from a taqueria, but from like a restaurant. Like it was really good. And that's all I could think from the last couple weeks.
Thank you, Rick. Sandra, you have any update?
No.
Okay. Adrienne?
What Rick said. We went to the same stuff, but I also want to again welcome our whole new team. And they've been here for a couple of weeks, and Dr. Santa Cruz has been here for a little bit more longer, but they all have been doing an amazing job of work on picking up on things and also bringing the transparency, which is great, and bringing us awareness of everything that we need to work on. And again, I want to ask community that we often look at things that need to be fixed, but there's a lot of awesome things happening in our district, and we should also be looking at that and celebrating all the awesome things that are happening and celebrating all the awesome staff that are making it happen. So we shouldn't forget the positive side of things, and we should be also celebrating that. And I look forward to another year, and thank you to all the staff who has been working to prepare so we can start another school year. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Adriana. So yes, we all strongly feel exactly what she said right now. We just talking about that during closed session, how excited we are about the new team, the cabinet. We had a great governance workshop, we're looking forward to on our unity to be able to set the goals and push things forward and working together because we have a lot of work ahead of us. So thank you. And we're just excited and we look forward to, building those relationships and working together, right? I just want to make a quick announcement. August 4th, I want to send invitations to our LULAC Scholarship Awards. This is the currently president of this organization, which stands for League of United Latin American Citizens for North County. We've been around for 50 years. We've last 30 years, we've always volunteer fundraising for North County students. So we've given over $400,000 in scholarships. On the 4th, we're going to be awarding 13 students, $12,000. So it's going to be exciting. It's going to be at the Japanese school. And we're going to have a motivational speaker, an actual teacher from here. So it's Americo Castillo, he's a very powerful speaker. So we encourage, the community, family, friends to come and join us. It's going to be an opportunity. I haven't told you yet, but I want the opportunity for the community to meet you. So I'll be calling you up on the podium if you're available that day.
Put it on my calendar, right?
Okay, I will do that. Okay, so it's right around the corner, August 4th. So thank you. Pass it on to Angela.
Well, I think Greg said earlier, we did a award, for one of, thank Matt for, comes the new facilitators that are steering improvement and really helped us to grow how to work together as a unit, as a unit, such a team of 6. One of the things that stood out from one of the facilitators told us was the importance of us to start healing. It's funny, this past year after it's going on, it never dawned on me that we actually need to heal until that facilitator brought it up. And it was good to put me back on a reset. That's why I asked you earlier when did that happen? I wanted the public to hear. We have an outstanding brand new cabinet. You guys are attacking problems that happened before you showed up. And we want to thank you for the hard work that you've been doing, in a short amount of time, and also just remind everyone these are issues that are for being here. So we thank you for taking on this huge task, and also just remind everyone, give you time, faith in our new cabinet. They wanted a new cabinet because to fix these issues, it's happening. So once again, like I said, I'm excited to see how next year is going to be. I'm excited to get to know you 3 more. Really look at get to know you guys more. So we're going to work together.
Thank you, Angelo. All right, Mr. Turkey, you're next.
Okay, so we have the superintendent report, which Michael's going to pull up. And the first thing which we have on there is the new cabinet members. All right. So we have the 3 divisions here. Okay, we have Antonio, who is over assistant super of ed services. It's a big department. Okay, it's a big job. If you think of that as being everything which kids learn at school and how they learn it, right? And all of the extra programs which go with it, from after school to the migrant program, there's a lot there. Okay, there's a big job. And I just want to say thank you for Antonio for taking that on. You're doing an awesome job. And thank you for all of the folks within Ed Services who are working right now, okay, to make sure that we have a good start to the school year. Okay. Then we have Dr. Santa Cruz, okay, who's taken over our business services division. Okay, there's a lot which is going on there. You've got facilities, okay, which we've heard all about tonight. So I'm not going to rehash all of that, but that's big, right? We have transportation, we have nutrition, we have budget, all of those things, which are all big. And essentially, that's how our schools run, right? That's how our schools run. Again, a huge job. Connie's doing a fantastic job with it. So Connie, thank you to you and everybody within your department. Much appreciated. Okay. And then we have Curtis. Okay. So Curtis has just started with HR. And how should I put it? If things in HR are good, people are happy, right? People are happy when things in HR are good. And Curtis, you're making a real difference with the things that you're working on. So thank you. And again, thank you to everyone in your department. And I really want to stress that us working together with the board, with the community, with our staff as a team This is what's going to make the difference, right? Teachers, CSEA members, other certificated members, right? Administrative staff from school sites, okay, to the district office, to ourselves in cabinet, to the board, to the community. It's all of us working together in unity, which is going to make the difference for our kids. We were talking today in our closed session and then just saying, we need to focus in on what's good for kids. And to do that, we as the adults, we need to pull together and work together to do what's good for kids. So we have the conversation about students and what's best for students. And this is the direction which we're headed. And hence, this is the excitement which we're feeling right now. And I just want the community and everyone here to know that there is excitement about moving forward for kids. Next slide, please. Okay, so this very exciting program, which we I also went to just yesterday and ate not just one portion, but two portions of pozole and lots of carnitas. And my Jewish ancestors may not be so proud of me, but it was delicious. So this is the way which I think about the food which students eat. It works on a couple of different levels, right? So first of all, we want students to eat well so they can work well. Okay, so that they and obviously if we have hungry students are not going to learn if they're hungry, right? It's a basic necessity. And then just thinking forward to good habits, right? 80% of being a healthy person is what we eat. That can lead to us living longer, being happier, being healthier, and it starts here at schools. And we have such a fantastic program here, which we should really celebrate. So things like getting rid of all of the extra sugar and salt within dishes is huge, right? 50% of fruits and vegetables locally sourced. When you go through, drive through the fields here, we've got fields of salad ingredients, of strawberries, artichokes, of course, right? Lots of good things, but I mean, actually getting those on the plates of kids, hugely important. So yeah, great program. And just so folks know, we are very proud of this because we're a leader in the area and in the nation around our food and nutrition program. It is really something to be celebrated. Mm-hmm. Other folks are looking at us and saying, that's what we need to be. And we have staff who are not satisfied yet and saying, we can do even better. So an outstanding program. Mm-hmm. So thank you for all of the folks in the nutrition program there. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is another fantastic program, this one in Ed Services. So this is our early learning program, and they've just been recognized for their ratings for all of the different early learning programs which are going on. And many of these early learning programs, the preschool programs here, they're getting 5 out of 5 stars. Okay, now there is more to come around this. We will be giving a bit of a presentation on this because it's something to celebrate. And there's folks here who are doing a fantastic job with our little ones before they enter our K-12. Okay, 5 out of 5 stars for so many of these programs. Again, something to be celebrated. Staff working incredibly hard for the community. So thank you, folks. As I say, more coming on August 22nd. We'll hear more about that. And next slide, please. So our board workshop, it's interesting coming in. I'm a new superintendent, which means that I've not done this before. We have a new board who are new together with different levels of experience, okay? And so we have 6 of us as individuals who are in charge of governance, making policies for the whole school district. And there's certain things which we don't know yet. And that's okay. Every single one of us wants to do our best. And we recognize that for us to do our best, to get some outside facilitation to say, hey, we're going to help you do your best. And we're going to help you put in policies and procedures for yourselves to do a better job for kids. I just want everyone to know that we, as a superintendent and a board, we are learning. We are learning, right? And everybody should be learning in whatever position they're in. And we are no different. We are learning about how to be better. And I want to give just a little bit of solid evidence of some things which we agreed upon when we were at that board workshop, and it's around communication. So we acknowledge that communication matters, and that between ourselves, we're going to keep ourselves informed. Okay, so I'm going to be giving regular updates to the trustees, either through weekly emails or text, emails, phone calls, that sort of thing, on a pretty regular basis. This is something I do anyway, but I'm going to train myself on a weekly basis to try and get those emails out there with updates. Board members also agreed, okay, Matt, when we hear things out in the community, we're going to let you know. And we're getting really, we were practicing today when board members like, Matt, we're going to let you know what's going on and what needs to happen. And then, Matt, we're going to let you and your staff work out how to make it happen. All right. So we're building those good habits. Also, we're going to start off a process where the board president gets input from different board members around the things which they want to hear about and want to know about during the board, these board sessions, which then is going to be communicated to myself, as then myself and Martha work on those board agendas. Other things, I hold one-on-one meetings with Martha pretty regularly, and now opening up to other board members. I have those regular one-on-one communication sessions. Angela and myself met today actually and had a pretty good session chatting together, which was super positive. And in terms of our board agendas, we're going to aim to try and get our board agendas published on Fridays, okay, which is then going to give the public more time to look through things, okay, and so that basically everyone's going to try and stay more informed. So again, just a few kind of like actual artifacts from our meeting together, and as I say, learning together. Next slide, please, Michael. Oh, and with those sessions, by the way, we have more sessions with the same facilitators coming on, because learning doesn't stop after one session, right? We have some upcoming learning sessions for our staff, and that starts with an all administrators workshop on the 29th of July, and then Ed Services and Site Administration only on the July the 30th. This is also something which I've invited board members to be at, because it's a great thing for our board members to get to know, well, what is it that the administrators are actually doing? Okay, be involved in some of those conversations. We're also having our instructional leadership team meetings coming up for secondary and elementary schools. So what those are is essentially it's what we call our tier 1 teams. Our tier 1 teams, think about tier 1 as every single kid gets it. Everybody gets it. It's the base, right? And it's the base in academics, social emotional learning, and behavior or positive behavior interventions and supports. So we're talking about who are the leads? Who's responsible for that at the schools? This is our instructional leads who represent teams of teachers. Okay. These are obviously our principals. Okay. These are our TOSAs. These are our EdTech specialists, and so on and so forth. And when it comes to PBIS, this is also, for example, our yard duties or our campus monitors. And then thinking about, well, what are the conditions which we need for kids to do really well in those things, in their academics, social emotional learning, and our PBIS. So it's essentially, it's a learning session for all of those folks to strengthen that tier 1. If we can strengthen what everybody gets, we have less need for interventions. So what we have at the moment is we have most kids aren't actually getting what they need with the base, which means there are more kids who need more intensive need. In education, that's what we call having a weak tier 1. It means that we have to do better with what every single kid gets so that most kids will get what they need the first time round, which then you mean to have fewer kids who need that intensive support. So a little bit in depth there, but that's essentially what we're doing during those times. Then we also have our teacher development days on the 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then teacher preparation on August the 13th, where it's just teachers working in their classroom. We will also, on the August 13th, which is that day before school, we are going to be going out to each and every school site for a lunch. Okay, we'll be providing that lunch. We'll be getting to know folks. We'll be holding a bit of a kind of a hurrah, welcome back to school session, except rather than being all together in the big welcoming, which has been traditional here, it's going to be actually out in the school sites. Part of the reasoning for that is we did enter into an agreement with the teachers union around that day before school, essentially being just for teachers to prep, okay, for school, right? But I do want folks to know, are we going to be coming out to schools to recognize folks and welcome folks? Absolutely. We'll just be doing it in the individual school sites. Next slide, Michael. Okay, so this brings me on to our the last slide here. And this is a bittersweet goodbye and best wishes to Emily Sy Brownfield. Now, Emily is our Director of Learning and Innovation. She has been here at North County for 12 years serving our students. Now, when you speak to anybody at North County, whether they're students, staff, community members, they all know Emily. Now, they all might think that she does something different, right? Some people might think that she works in HR. Right. Some people might think that she works only in career technical education. Some people might think that she works for the bilingual program. Some people think that she might work for budget. Some people might think that she works for parenting and community in developing the LCAP. This is because Emily does so much. Okay. And I do not think it's overstated to the case to say it's going to be a big gap when Emily goes. However, we do wish her all the best in this next chapter of her educational career as she goes on to be the principal of an elementary school in Pacific Grove, which I think is fantastic news for the students and the staff and the community of that elementary school in Pacific Grove. So, Emily, from us here at the board, I do have a card and some flowers for you.
I just want to say thank you for the privilege of serving the students and staff here for 12 years. I was reflecting on, it's this year's senior class that graduated. And when I started at Castroville School, those students were in first grade. So thank you. I feel like I'm graduating with them. And it's been such an honor to be able to learn so much and grow here and get to know so many incredible, dedicated individuals here. And this is really a decision for my family so that I can spend more time with them. As everyone knows, I have a young child. I don't want to miss his childhood. So, thank you so much for this honor of being able to be here for this long. And I'm confident that you as a board and Dr. Turkey and the whole cabinet will continue to lead North Monterey County to great places.
Thank you.
Emily, I'm holding back the tears, Emily. I mean, I've known you for a long time. I've been here for 10 and obviously you've been here for 12. And yes, you said it perfectly, Dr. Turkey, on all the areas that she's touched. And she's made a huge impact. You're leaving a legacy in so many great ways. Just again, one of the things that I worked really closely with you, right, was because I was part of the CTE and Skills USA. So that's why, because I was part of that committee. Yeah, I know you were in all these other things, but that one I worked closely with you and to see what you did with it and how you evolved in it, to see where look at the kids are at the national competition now. and Skills USA didn't even exist here. You brought it here and look how it's excelled. So among all the other great things, I always bring that up because I was working closely with you on that. And so again, it's a great loss, and thank you so much for all your contributions. I wish you all the best.
I would agree. Thank you so much. Talking about many different positions. I thought you were in charge of all the DLAC and ELAC and bilingual parents because you were in all of our meetings, and you made it a very inclusive, welcoming space for all of our Spanish speaking parents and all of our migrant parents. And I think that is awesome because you truly worked on equity. And I think I really appreciate that. We're going to miss you a lot. We're going to miss you in those spaces because those spaces needed a lot of work and a lot of things that needed to change to be able to have our parents feel that they could participate, and you made them grow. A lot of parents are feeling welcome. Students are feeling welcome. And also like all the other tasks and all the other jobs that we have been said. I really appreciate the work that you've done, and they're lucky over there to have you. But once North County, always North County. So
Yeah.
wish you the best.
Just on that, I watched the meeting that you were at, and the board is pumped to have you. They said your reputation and precede you, and it's very, very true. I mean, I heard about you before I came to the board, obviously from Castroville School, and just seeing you work and all the things you did and all the hats that you wore. Like everyone said, is great. You're so brilliant. You're definitely gonna be missed. And like she said, you're always gonna be a cowboy. You're always gonna have a special place here. Absolutely, 100%.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I was gonna say thank you for all your hard work. You were tasked with a very hard job this year. I really want to thank you. Since we're seeing what we thought you were, I thought to everybody, I thought she was one of the head people of HR / CT. And the reason I thought that is because if anybody in our CT who had any issues with getting hired knew that I could go to Emily and she'd take care of me. So, and a lot of the CT teachers have called me this week. Letting me know that how much they care about you, how much not to make they're under stress because like I said, you've been the rock, you've been the keystone of that arch. So I really want to thank you for providing that for our district. Well, again, I don't know how many times I asked you what exactly your job is because I didn't know what it was. And she kept doing something brand new every week. What it looked like it, or I don't know how many times you walk into the podium, walk back down, walk back up. You're definitely carrying the world. So thank you so much for your hard work. We will definitely be missed. I'm very excited for your opportunities Robert Dale's going to bring you.
All right, Emily, thank you so much. We could be here all night praising you. You're amazing. Okay, so I guess we're now ready we're going to do public comment on non-agenda matters. And the way we're going to handle this, since this is the first time we're going to have public comment on Zoom, we're going to start with the audience first. And I know Sandra, I had one and you already spoke. So we'll be going with Stephanie coming up first. And then I just want to educate everybody how we're going to do the Zoom ones. So we'll do yours first, and then the Zoom ones, they'll let me know. You'll kind of get a head count right now. If you don't mind, just give me an idea. Can you ask everyone to raise their hand that is interested on a public comment on non-agenda items? Just so I can get like a number. Like right now we have one on the audience, and maybe just understand how many we have on Zoom to be able to plan accordingly. And I know I need to speak a little slower and give time for translation is what I was told. Is like, remember, they got to translate and give them time to raise their hands. So 0. Okay. Well, Stephanie, then it's all you.
So I just wanted clarification, like I guess you're just gonna give it already on how to do the public comment via Zoom, each meeting is different in a public attendance. Some other places handle it differently. Is it the raise your hand? Is it in the chat? how is the public comment via Zoom going to?
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's going to be raising your hand and speaking out, no chatting. All right. So that was it, Stephanie? Okay. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Okay, so now we will move over to adoption of the consent. I know there's a lot of items on here, a lot of policies that were required. So do I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is
Second.
there a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carried. Let's go over to discussion. We have a resolution that we need to adopt, recognizing July as Social Wellness Month.
Okay, so social wellness in that month. So I'm going to read a little bit from this resolution. From the time we are born, our relationships help us to navigate the world by learning how to interact with others, expressing ourselves, and by being part of various communities. And relationships help bring purpose to our lives by having a strong network of family, friends, and neighbors to help reduce social isolation that can lead to loneliness. And Social Wellness Month was founded by Words of Wellness, a counseling group that understood the importance of socializing and building new bonds. And as a staff, as a board, I'd like to recommend the passing of this resolution to recognize Social Wellness Month and the importance of social wellness for everybody, from small children to ourselves. And I think that this is something which all of us actually probably need to work on to some degree, right? And, this is a recognition of that.
Beautiful. Okay, well, is there any comments or questions from the audience regarding this resolution? How about on Zoom? Any questions or statements or comments on Zoom regarding this resolution? Okay, seeing that there's none. How about board? Any questions, comments, or statements?
I just wanted to say that, I mean, what this describes is huge. Ever since COVID, especially, people and don't interact like they used to. They're kind of a little antisocial, some people, including myself, and I suffer from, some mental health, social wellness, definitely these things like hit for sure. And I think just acknowledging it and making people aware of it is just great, just like the resolution that we passed during the year. Definitely needed. And thank you, Matt, for researching it for me.
No, you're welcome, absolutely. And actually, I should pass that thanks on to Val.
Yeah,
who did
thank you,
the
Valerie,
legwork
also
there.
so much.
The board members? Well, thank you, Rick, for actually just bringing this to the forefront. This is important and we all value this resolution. So is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. All right, next one is to approve the MOU between North Monterey County Unified School District and the Federation regarding the president release time for 2024-2025 school year.
Yeah, thank you, board. This is actually somewhat of a routine item that comes before several boards across our state. It's a common practice to release the president of the Teachers Association for halftime. This MOU in front of you outlines the duties that are going to be performed by the president during his release time, and the fact that their duties as a teacher don't stop either. It also outlines how the district will be reimbursed for the 0.5 FTE that we put up front through union dues. So again, somewhat of a routine item that comes before this board every year. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the public? Okay, how about from the audience? And then I'm going to say the public on Zoom. Any questions or comments or statements? All right, so board, any questions? All right. So then I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
So I have a motion from Rick. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there all in favor?
Aye.
Have a favor, Sandra? Aye, okay, then aye, motion carried. All right, next one is classified leave request. So this is for an employee number for unpaid leave absence.
Absolutely. So this absence leave request has been requested by the employee in order to seek professional growth and in obtaining another credential and allows this employee to do internship work during the school year. It also frees this employee up in days where they do not have the intern responsibilities to possibly substitute teach for us as well. So this is a win for the employee on us granting this leave, as well as the possibility of utilizing their services in our district while they are seeking this professional growth.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open it up first to the audience. Any questions or statements? How about anyone on Zoom? Okay, if not, I have one question. What role is this?
This is community liaison 2, I believe. Community liaison. Thank you.
Community liaison 1,
That is the position that we are seeking a leave from, yes.
and then the professional growth is to receive.
So this is an interesting piece for me, and if you don't mind, typically things like this are discussed in closed session and then reported out so that specific information about employees and what they're doing in their personal lives isn't shared. So I'm
Right.
You know what, you're
surprised to see it on.
Yes, done.
Thank you
Yeah,
for that. Then
of
we're gonna
course.
get clarification because you know what, we didn't get any feedback on closed session on this, so you're right.
So it is, I am personally aware of what the employee is going for, and it is involving schooling, certifications,
Okay.
and professional growth.
Well, we always want to grow our
Yep.
own,
Absolutely.
so.
We actually discussed this previously.
Yeah, and I
And-
believe this might be the employee. I might be willing to share with the board if you would like that.
If they'd like to.
All right.
So my name is Daisy and I am currently pursuing a master's degree in San Jose State for guidance and counseling. And I'm also pursuing a PPS credential. So I have to complete those hours, and this is why I'm asking for a leave of absence. I will be completing the hours at the middle school. So I completed my first semester at Echo Valley, and then I will be completing the second semester at the middle school.
Right, but thank you for sharing.
You're
you.
welcome.
Awesome. Awesome. Like I said, we really love to see the personal growth and within our district like that, to grow. So
I motion to approve a classified leave request for the employee 161161.
I'll second that.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye, motion carried. Okay, so now we have it open up to board requests. Are there any? And one of the things that we learned too is that Matt's gonna keep track of this, right? Board requests, make a spreadsheet for us. So any board request? Okay, all right. So then meeting adjourned at 9:12.
Actually, we get an update on how the migrant program is gonna start this year? You can either give me an update or bring it up to the meeting.
Sure. How it's going to start?
Yes, like what is the plan for making sure? How did it end? Did we like finish all the money? Did we use all the money? Did we?
I actually have a update about that, which I got very recently. If you'd like me just to answer that
Okay.
now.
Or you have that, or do you want it
No,
via
actually-
email for everyone? It's up to you.
Doesn't matter.
I can tell you. So they were awarded for this year, they were awarded 484,923 cents. Sorry, 484,000. Okay. and they spent 437,000 of it.
Awesome.
Okay, so, you know, the gap there of, it's about 40,000 unspent. Okay, so that is about 10%. So 90% of the funding received was, or the funding allocated was spent, 10% was not spent.
Thank you.
Awesome. And you know what? That leads me to just adding maybe informational, because it was brought up at one of our board meetings on the YCP program. That I know you met with the directors, the youth cinema project. And if you can give us an update on that, I think it was gonna be funded some way or somehow.
Okay, we can do that and upcoming.
It could be an email or it could be a presentation.
Sure, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, meeting adjourned 9:14.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I know.